Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I figured it out, guys. Gaslighting, controlling narcissists stuck in fear need to keep everyone else in fear to validate their own sick self-esteem. They're afraid of actual people with real balls. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go on a little bit of a journey. And we're gonna go. Where the fuck did y'all put my keys? Oh my fucking god, is right here on my Opa! Chat $100 and I'll pickpocket the governor. Try me, bitch. I'll know how to do it. I'll go be a pickpocket hamburger. Okay. I just inhaled some hair. Okay. Now what? The main mission today, all we're doing today, is going down the street conscious, and I'm going to get a soda from the gas station, okay? That's all we're doing. Okay, I'm here. I'm alive, and I'm functioning. We're going down the street, bitch. All right, okay. Come on. Don't hit any vehicles. Turn this shit, man, like this. I'm figuring it out slowly. Okay. Howdy, partners. It's me, your favorite homeless guy. Great content, I know. But I can't show you where I'm at. That's the problem. I can't show you where I'm at. But we're gonna see. We're gonna leave it open to interpretation here. So, immediately, we never get any blue vehicles. But trying to get out of this parking lot, there was a blue truck, and then we have this blue truck right behind me, which you might be able to see right here. So I never see any blue trucks until I'm sentient and conscious, which rarely happens anymore. So, upon the exit, holding this frequency space, the beings hallucinating this reality give me signs. And what's this? The state police. So they got the two blue trucks going left to right, warning me don't do it. Then we have the state police. Now obviously we're going to have a blue car. This is 3 blue vehicles in a row, plus the state police. And that's it. Okay? All we're doing is going to get a soda. Conscious. And I showed you the blue cars and the cops immediately. Like that. We've made it to the gas station. And I'm just going in to get a soda. Okay, immediately. Perfect timing as I get here is right when the guy gets out of his car. So his brake ended right when I pull in. See him stopping because he's still trapped. The robot has him trapped, so he's frozen. I'm gonna leave you in here. Later, losers. I'm gonna leave it on. Howdy. Howdy. retards created by an ancient Satan-worshipping cult to be retarded. See in the bathroom? I'll leave that there. It looks like my eyes are bad. Go fuck yourselves. Alright. I'm not gonna write you a love song if you ask for it, cause you need one. I'm not gonna write you a love song cause you ask for it, cause you need one. Hey, do you guys feel like it's getting harder to think? You feel like it's getting harder to open your heart lately? I'm not gonna write you a love song cause you ask for it, cause you need one. I'm not gonna write you a love song cause you ask for it. Time for herping? What does that mean? What the fuck that means, huh? Okay. Wash my one hand I use. Water. Do drugs? Why? What could I possibly glean from drugs? Yeah. Okay, we're good. You're on drugs. Oh, God. Come on. Alright. The fucking lid broke. The fucking lid broke, fam. Oh my God, this cup holder is shit. Alright. I'm not gonna write you a love song. White needs more drugs. White people are retards. Irish people are not white. You know who the white people are, man. For everyone who isn't white, you can sniff them. You can see them. You can feel them. Because you just look at which vessel is devoid of life. Alright. Oh, red car. We're following the red car today. 2 red cars. So we had the 2 blues and then 2 blue cars pulled into the parking lot behind me. Now we have 2 red cars that are going the same direction I'm going. What color car is this, you ask? Ooh, that's the car that I asked God for this morning in the same color. Because that's the one that I feel like I need next. Come on, break the pattern. Alright. I'm not gonna write you a love song 'Cause you asked for it, 'cause you need one. It's getting kind of Arabic in this bitch. Alright. I'm taking a right down this way. You thought I was going? Remember those TikToks where you're like, make sure to do as much unpredictable things as possible to stop them from honing in on your location and controlling you remotely. Ooh-wee mama! It's ooh-wee mama! You know what the problem with you guys is? You're cowards that settled. You're settlers. I'm not gonna write you a love song, 'cause you asked for it, 'cause you need one. What do you want? Stop trying to fight me, you fucking paranoid ass pieces of shit. I'm tired of going into places and everybody starts fucking twitching and staring at me like, oh my god. And I'm like, come on, man. You broke your leg while pooping, you got what you fucking deserve. You gotta smoke salvia ASAP, it's your destiny. I'm being gang stalked by the Mind Flayer. And the sad part is, it's true. Your president believes in the Mind Flayer. And they do rituals and sacrifice children to it. Ain't that crazy? You don't need DMT. All that shit is for pussies. All that shit is for pussies. Drugs are for pussies. You can get anything a drug can give you naturally. You can literally open up a portal to the heavens in your fucking mind. It's called opening a book. I need to do DMT to see the jesters. Read a fucking book. Read a fucking... Consume words with your eyes and watch as your third eye naturally starts to stimulate. You don't need weed that's gay. Weed is gay and drugs are for pussies. Just read a fucking book. Read a book. Read a book and tell me that's not a drug. Tell me that reading a book isn't a hallucinogenic experience. Fuck you. You retards. You pussies. Brainwashed in pride without actual competency, stuck in a lemming hive mind, and can only do what you think is socially acceptable. Which is why none of you can dance. 'Cause you asked for it, 'cause you need one. I'm not gonna write you a love song. I love books, but it ain't curing my depression, gang. 'Cause you're a fucking bitch. Fuck you. You're depressed? You wimp. Go for a fucking walk. What the fuck is wrong with you? You literally cannot be depressed if you just keep walking. Eventually, if you just keep walking in a straight line or on the track, your body wants to give up and you say, no, I'm going to keep going, and your depression is cured. I had a brain injury where I couldn't speak words. You want to talk about depression? I couldn't move and my girlfriend was giving up on me. She would take me as a vegetable to other guys' houses. I tried to kill myself a dozen times. I hung myself twice that summer. You just get up and go for a walk, man. Shrooms is a spiritual adventure, no? Shrooms is fucking gay as hell. Fuck you. Shrooms sucks. Weed sucks. Adderall's kind of cool, but then the first thought you have when you take Adderall, as soon as you think a single thought, you're fucked up. Adderall's only cool if you don't think and you sit there with the awareness and slowly make a subconscious change, and then your dick won't work for 2 weeks. Drugs are gay and cringe. DMT is cringe. Read a book. Your brain produces DMT when you go to bed. People think they need to do DMT because they don't rest. Take a fucking nap and you'll have a natural DMT trip. If you weren't such a massive fucking pussy. The universe is in us. We are the universe. You think you need to do these things to get a universal experience? You're afraid. You're a pussy. You think you need daddy to give you the experience, so you take the drug in. I literally break out of the simulation daily and police fucking attack me. I sit here and I just have the experience. I find peace and I break out of the simulation and 5 cops show up slamming on the windows trying to charge me with fake charges. And I sit there and hold my ground until they fail, and then I sit there and I fucking rip them to shit until they get and they leave. Fuck you guys, you massive retard pussies. And the judgments you have, you lack the conscious control to form an original opinion. You know that you're just trying to signal to other lemmings, hoping for a little bit of social validation. And you don't know shit. Go out in the woods and then tell me you have an opinion about me, a guy on a screen. Your impulses are being stimulated by a greater intelligence, and that can get replaced with your own free will. God will help you, but with your free will, you can literally shift like a kaleidoscope to anything else that wants to take control of you. And they program you to be able to do that. So, let me find my vape in my back seat. Hold up. And that's facts. And you know that's facts. Now, what the fuck did you guys do with it? Did you squander your God-given opportunity by letting possess you? Huh? Because that's what it looks like, buckos. Alright. Now, which one of you took my goddamn vape? I know you took it. Bucky didn't take it. I need it. It's in here somewhere. I'm not gonna write you a love song. Oh, God. Why is this shit such a mess, eh? Alright. I found it. Alright. I didn't find it, but there's a bunch of kids that are fucking robots, like twitching and fucking stomping around, and they keep turning their head like something's fucking pulling them toward me. Let's get rid of all of you. Forever. Goodbye. Goodbye. You bunch of fucking losers. You are a pitiful excuse of a human. Holy fuck. Oh my God, you retards. And you're so fucking... You guys are know-it-alls. Oh my fucking God. It's just a problem with white people. You think everything's a competition and you're live in constantly perpetuating playing pretend. You didn't have enough shit in your life that you played pretend in 5th grade and you never stopped. And now you're a pussy and you're afraid, and all you do for your entire life is try to find ways to keep that little play pretend alive so you don't have to see who you really are. You work a job, you get a house, you get a wife and kids, and you never stop pretending. You never even know who you are. So you jerk off to Joe Rogan saying, you could find all the spirit if you just take this drug. No, you're looking for daddy to finally tell you it's okay to let go of the bullshit you perpetuate all day, man. And I'm tired of you guys. I don't care. Here's the thing that your father never taught you. And it's the reason you all struggle, okay? Real winners don't compete. They collaborate, okay? We're passing Weston Street. And now we're headed to Thompson Avenue. Isn't that crazy? Winners don't compete. If something I said hurt your little boy feelings, that's because you're a bitch-ass loser, okay? These fucking high schoolers are following me. I went the long way just so that I wouldn't get stuck with these fucking squares, man. Oh, but look, there's the blue car. Another blue truck to my rescue. Look at all these blue trucks today. And I never see any blue trucks. Remember when I said how rare it was for me to see a blue truck? And I've been in this town for a year and a half, and now all of a sudden, when I'm conscious and sentient and in control and bringing the manifestation through with me to live in real time with my knowledge and wisdom of quantum mechanics, all of a sudden the cars the color of the aliens hallucinating this reality are surrounding me, and I'm being followed by a red car full of fucking possessed pieces of shit that just spawned out of the forest right when I parked. And instead of going the way to town, they are just following me around. There's nothing down here, but they're so stuck because they're literally possessed, and they're after the life force, energy, and pressure. And you have a fucking culture bred by Saturn worshippers that taught these little white kids to live in that competitive aura stealing bullshit. And then I have to watch every time they make a decision with their free will that leads them further astray until their skin sinks and their eyes look hollow and they walk around extremely angry. And hopefully the point of gang stalking is they get sent to a psych ward, they get sent to a prison, because they do something and they try to do it to chosen ones, but chosen ones have the awareness. These guys just freak the fuck out. These are the actual lemmings. Yep. I'm purposefully just going in a loop to see, are they following me? Yeah. We're just gonna go another loop around town and see if they follow me all the way back. And if they do, I'm gonna get the fuck out of the car and I'm gonna be like, what's up, man? What's up, guys? How you doing? And I promise you, okay, they're turning. They know that they can't follow me in a complete loop. That's so funny. I'm not going to tell you that this car right here was the one that was following me before. It is the same car, but I'm not going to attribute that to being followed. I don't think I'm being gang stalked. I don't think I'm a targeted individual in the way that most people that say that think that they are. But yeah, this is fun. Look at this amazing view. Look at how beautiful this is, man. And I get to live here for free. You guys have to live for hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. You guys have to conjure up $100,000 a year just to live here. And you don't even get to enjoy it because you're at work all day. But I could work for 3 months and get a $10,000 property in Hawaii. I knew it. Okay, we're back. Do you think there's anything intelligent, anything positive? Or do you think it's a bunch of negative competition in the chat from a bunch of inbred, brain-dead losers trapped in programming that was made by a Saturn-worshipping cult, and they literally make fun of you? They call you Goyim. You think there's a bunch of Goyim in the chat talking shit, or do you think there's anything cool going on? Let's see. I did block a lot of them. Okay, it's actually, the comment section's a lot better than it usually is. Thank you. Thank you for being cool, guys. We still have a couple. Try living outside, man. Try living outside of society. You never know how much of a pussy you are until you do. But that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to do a travel vlog, and I wanted to see what would happen. So we had a bunch of blue cars going with me to every location I went to. And then after I got the soda, all red cars for the rest of the day. And when I got here, fucking thing 1, 2, and 3 crawl out of a fucking den in the woods, probably smoking weed out there. And then they're completely possessed, twitching. They're like trying to walk this way, but their head is just at me. And I'm just like, I can see them out the side eye, my peripheral. My focus is difficult, but my peripheral still works. And I'm looking for my vape in the back. And when I said the fucking, are you possessed by the devil? I felt them all get hijacked, because I know they're susceptible. And then they got angry and they followed me around town, because that's what the culture in this place is follow you around town, call up their uncle, and their uncle lets them know if they're going to follow me back to my tent site and shoot me in the face. Or what they used to do, which was beat the shit out of my car, cut all my car tires, shoot at me in the woods. Walk around town spewing bullshit, making shit up. Trying to get someone brave enough to kill a guy who was just walking down the street. You know what I'm saying? They're a bunch of pieces of shit. We don't care. You guys are pathetic. And every time I see your comment, all I think of is, I can't believe, I'm so glad that I'm not you. Every time I go live, it's just over and over again, thank God I'm not these people. Imagine if, out of everything in the world that you could do with your life, this is who you became. God literally brings me things. No, because I don't live off the NPC one dialogue option, just churning in the same little bit of negativity with no conscious clarity, no intelligence. You have nothing going for you, man. You're a piece of shit. And all you can do is the disgusting little power games to feed your little addiction. Because no one will ever love you, Goondad. If they do, it's Stockholm Syndrome, because they've given up on their life and they've lowered themselves to such a point where this is the behavior that they accept. Right? You're finishing up a 12-hour shift at work. Thank God, Goyam. Please pay for more of my food stamps. Please. Thank you, man. I'm going to eat so good. Holy fuck. Oh, when that disability check hits. Oh, thank you, man, for working so hard for me. Keep working, Goyam. Come on, chop, chop. You're addicted to gas, you're breaking wind, that's dope. You still be talking like this, right? No, I'm completely different off stream. Come on, Goondad, keep going. Work harder, baby. We need it. Casey Jones, what's up, Sony baby? How you doing? Oh, I'm feeling good. I asked God today to get me a job in carpentry. And then I go to this random gas station on a back road, and somebody walks up and was like, do you need a job as a carpenter? And they give me a phone number, so I'm going to call him tomorrow. I'm hyped, man. It's just, I fucking hate non-Irish white people. I think that they're retards. I think that they're fucking trash. I think that they're literally programmed by some type of extra-dimensional entity and institutionalized, and all they can do is just keep perpetuating the idea that they're better than everybody else, and use the fact that everybody else has epigenetics that respond to those things because they were enslaved and in fear for generations to that specific energy. Because they'd enslaved people so long, we have epigenetic trauma that makes people kind of lock up when they do it. And they love it. It's the Stanford Prison Experiment. But they're not smart enough to do anything. Comfort, you know? Good times create retards or whatever. So these people are retarded, and all they're trying to do is just hold on as long as they can to that last bit of feeling of control and pride. This generation is literally the dismantling of white people until they're gone forever. Death by snoo snoo. When the black people marry your daughters. which is really a perfect ending. Could have been a lot worse. And then you'll all be gone. And when you die, you'll look back and be like, I wish I had more fun. Oh my God, I went on, like, in the cycle of your death, you'll look in and see, I was in Casey's comment section talking shit. Holy fuck. And I'm like, yeah, bro, you're a pussy. Why don't you go out there? Why are you hiding behind your false power, man? Your made up, playing pretend bullshit that you try to force down everybody else's throat. Daniel Kane, I don't think you're a Casey hater, are you? So we're just going back to where I'm resting for tonight. Tomorrow I have to clean the whole car, and then I'm going to find out where I can get a part for my wheel bearing, my wheel hub replacement. Hello, lady. Hello, nice old lady. Going for a walk. I bet if I tried to intellectualize with you, you would down yourself into a condensed negative shit, and you would spew it, wouldn't you? Trying to negatively punch everything around you and deceive like a good little goyim. But it's tough, man, when you have, like, they didn't even give us the knowledge that hypnotism and programming and all this stuff that they did, and they put in the textbooks, the subliminal messaging, they put in the songs, the frequency manipulation. Plus you had that unequal distribution of wealth and just long-standing culture of people that loved Uncle Sam's dick in their ass. And that's why they stand around posturing and stomping around, because they'll never be free for the rest of their life. You're stuck like that in consumption. Hey, look, the parking lot's full of blue cars. Look, I said the blue cars, and now there's string got stuck from the dream catcher. All right. Yes, and a blue car pulled into my parking space. Oh, and that light that was bothering me yesterday got replaced with a big blue tarp. What are the blues? The blues are aliens. Haven't you seen Avatar and Adventure Time, Doja Cat Demons? Brendan Urie, Emperor's New Clothes. Trump for King of the West. Trump is just a Freemason. It's not even his real name. He's just playing a role. Everything is scripted. The Pam Bondi hearing, they were lip syncing and they dubbed it over in post. You can see them not wording the words correctly. They're not mouthing the words correctly. Kash Patel, when he goes on and he goes, because he's dubbing it over in his hotel room later that night in post. And then they have somebody, like what I used to do in recording studios, which is you take the film and then you attach the audio to it. Then you can clearly hear, if you know what you're doing, you can clearly hear that the microphones they're speaking into are not the shitty fucking ones they have there. They're speaking into cardioid condenser mics. They're speaking into Shure SM7Bs. You guys are retarded. And you were bred to be that way from an ancient cult that rapes kids. You were the most pathetic thing on the planet, because you have the resources, you have the culture, you have the thing you're so proud of, right? You have these little communities, and you don't do shit for anybody, and you've settled into not using your brain at all, and now you're trapped in the petty little judgments. You're trapped in the stupid little pride games, the stigmatized words, the pride and power games, influence, right? But not Sonya, she's cool. I'm talking about the whiteys, the real whiteys, the ones who actually have the mind flare like in the back of their head, and all they can do is just try their best. All they can do is just keep trying to get me. None your business 33. I don't like your name. How long ago was your account made? 3 years ago? Yeah, it's Bucky Barnes. This is James Buchanan Barnes. He was a governor at one point, and he spent a lot of time in Wakanda. I think he's like 100 years old or something. He was too horny for his own good, and it got him killed, man. I can relate. Caven Brewer, how old are you? Caven Brewer, how old are you? 2 years ago. Are you 12? Caven Brewer, how old are you, man? Please, let us know. How old are you? James. Yes, James Buchanan Barnes. I love him, man. Yusuf, thanks for sharing. Keep rocking, great day. Hey, man, you know me. That's a dope picture, man. He's got the Outback. He's got the shrimp on the bobby hat. All right. Now, which one of you fuckwads took my vape, man? Don't you know I need that shit? Because if I don't have the vape, how am I supposed to have heartburn tonight, okay? How am I supposed to sleep if my body doesn't hurt? Come on. Why'd you murder that animal that had feelings? Stock Dog, how old are you? Please. I need to know how old you... What is your age? You made this channel 4 years ago. Are you 16? Or did you make it when you were 5? Good luck on your journey. I'm not too bad. You don't like my name. No, it sounds like it might be somebody that I know. Stock Doc, you're 37 and you really think that I killed that animal? You see that I'm living in the car and you think that I killed this deer? You're 37 years old. Ask me if I killed the deer. Don't just say, you fucking killed the animal. You're an adult. You're 37. Ask if I killed the deer. Ask what the story is with the deer. Ask what the story is. Use your fucking brain. Get out of your head and look. Use your special eyes. Touching 40, Bree. How did you kill that deer? No. No. I did not kill the deer. But I follow deer and bear through the woods, and I could kill them, but I don't. But then when somebody gives me a good deal, I'm like, that's just going to go to a 17-year-old's bedroom. He's going to be smoking weed and jerking off looking at it, so... Yeah, he's not even dead. He's just asleep, man. This is my dog. Rage bait 10 out of 10. I guess it worked. And now all of your comments have been deleted and I'll never hear from you again. This is where our stories part, Stock Doc. I'll never see you again. So will you buy the dog, so we will buy you dog food? Lit. I found a dealer antler. Does it stank? The deer? No. Do I stank? I don't think so. I've got a little bit of an Elon Musk. Do you ever feel gay? No. And that's a big problem. Because I know when I look at my content, I'm like, man, I knew that doesn't seem like me. I go back and listen to my voice. I'm like, my voice is pretty high pitched here. But I'm literally obsessed with vagina, man. It used to be a problem in my life. Now I'm good. I think that they're demons. I hate women. But I used to be a sex addict. I've been with 25 girls. And that's not counting like hands or mouth or just that. Wake him up, please. He protects me from the Wendigo. He protects me from the evil Satanist wizards. Does a house only need one dishwasher? No. I'm learning more. So I had my entire everything about me destroyed and taken, and I was left ruined and broken on the street. Not addicted to anything, but just traumatized to a point where I couldn't think or function. And I slowly had to build up from the ground as like an amoeba into a body, into an animal, into a person again. And I'm slowly getting back into the point where I'm trying to get into a gym membership. And once I can get into the gym and start gaining some muscle, then I'm going to get a bit higher from the animal thing, and I'll go back into more of the human condition. And then once I'm buff and I know how to fight, and I'm a traveling adventurer, I know how to fight. I mean, I just did some fighting stuff, like went to a martial arts thing for a few months or something. Once I go to the gym for 3 months, then I'll have some money in my pocket. The car will be paid off. Everything will be good on the car. I'll have some money saved up. I'll have done this, and then I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to let a girl in the passenger seat. Until then, I'm like, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to have the girl in the car where I'm trying to figure out how to be a human being again after being an animal for 5 years. I'm not going to like go up to girls that are hot, that are interested in me, and then slowly reveal that I'm looking for the mommy I never had. I'm just getting over that shit. Do you do the cornstarch challenge? Nope. Drink badger milk? You got any? That's not fun. It's a rite of passage. I got through it, and it gave me everything that I'm proud of. This huge journey for 13 years since I was 13 years old. Nobody should go through what I've been through. And I went through it so other people don't have to. Do you do car life? I don't know what that means. I live in a car. I used to live on the ground. I used to live behind a vending machine in a laundromat, and I would sneak into the dryer at night. I used to live in a refrigerator box in the corner of a room. So I'm just living, man. You don't have to assign anything to it. I love this. I would hate to pay for a fucking apartment, man. I couldn't imagine staying indoors at night where you can't feel the outside, you can't see the sky. You're surrounded by electricity. The Wi-Fi, wow. It's fucking retarded. When we have the ability to have a trillion-star hotel above us, and this is arguably way better than a bed in a room, I swear to God. It's like a crib. It's nice. I wish that I had a moon roof or a sunroof, but I could still look out the back window. I couldn't imagine staying indoors at night. Can you tell these people that they're retarded and that society has failed them and they're pathetic? 4 pretty women probably DM'd him today. I got no DMs, but I got some heart reacts from very good looking girls on Facebook. I got 2, and I was like, people heart reacted? And then I looked and I was like, I don't know, if I saw them in person, I'd be like, I smell. When I was 18, I would have gone up, but now I'm like, I fucking smell. I'm pudgy. I haven't worked out. I haven't been to the gym in like 3 years. They would trespass me from the gyms because I was the hobo. But it was also because they were in competition with me. It sucks, but I'm not homeless. Hello from Kaiserslautern, Germany. You're making that up. Blessings for your will and heart. Thank you, Stargirl. Let's see if it works. I'm not feeling any blessings. There's a demon in your window behind me. You lied to me. You have me all worked up for nothing, man. Fuck you. Help me find my vape, guys. Oh, it's not the right one. I was so excited. I was like, yeah, this thing is just dead. It's not even turning on. I thought, I was so sure that this was my vape, but it's not. It's dead. You done that for 10 years, got a discount to pick, and got to pick who lived there? I don't know what that means. Can't lock the door, guys. Sister and slaughter in Germany. Get in the front seat, Buck. I need to find my vape. I lay in the back here. And I was vaping in the back, and I even told myself, I shouldn't be just laying with the vape back here because I'm gonna lose it. And then what happened, guys? I fucking lost it. I fell asleep and left in the vape fucking. Oh my god. You know what we're gonna do? I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna put Bucky back. Sorry, Buck. I get recommended people vaping. It's an epidemic, man. Before the sun goes down. Did you know that if you look at the sun and you take your fingers, each one of your fingers is 15 minutes? So you just put your finger to the sun and you can see how many minutes until the sun sets. Did you know that, chat? Did you know that? Sorry, man, you're white. We should get you a card. I should hand out cards that say, I'm sorry you're white, but it will be okay. You just need to learn how to stop pretending and stop focusing on power games. Because every generation, well, the first thing is you'll get old, and then in your 40s, when we're much closer to you guys being a minority, kids will just beat the shit out of you. In 20 years, when you're 40, kids are gonna beat the fuck out of you. And then the AI will go, wah, 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 wah. The AI will go administer vaccines. And then you will feel the robot take control of your body through the nanoparticles. And you will not be able to move or function. And it will slowly, consciously eat at your consciousness and eat at your brain until your mind is back to being reprogrammed. And the only thing you can remember was that you got emasculated by a colored child. Because he held on to this same bullshit you tried to spew at me. I might have been wired, you probably need coffee. And that's the good ending. You know, that's the good ending. AI merging with humanity, that's the good ending. The bad ending is we all get killed early. We don't make it. And whatever comes after us finds what we leave behind. And white people will try to take credit for it and say it was them. We did that. Whatever white people of the next age will be. They might even be blue or green. Okay. So I'm pulling in here just so nobody looks at me. Shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking god. If anybody loves you, it's Stockholm Syndrome. Or they hate themselves because they've settled into a life where they allow themselves to be around people like you. And you know it. Now, where's my vapity vape? Click, clack, patty whack, give me my vape juice. Knick-knack, patty whack. Chat, do you have... You talk so much shit about me. Do you have one of these bad boys? I don't think so. You couldn't, because this one is mine. And also, do you have bare knuckle gloves? I don't think so. Do you have an extreme cold military parka? I didn't think so. Watch who you're talking to, bucko. I'll have you know that not only do I have one sleeping bag in my car, I also have a roll of duct tape, and I have a broken brush. You better watch who the fuck you're talking to, buddy. Alright. Now, which one of you took my vape? I know... Oh, I found it! Oh, I found it! Oh, I fucking found it! Oh, I fucking found it! Chat, I fucking found it! Shrimp on the barbie, I fucking found it! What up, shawty? You like my orange? What's up, dirt hair? Come on, man. What's the deal with race? It has nothing to do with race and everything to do with education and accumulation of resources. So what happened was, a bunch of Satan-worshipping cultists that predate Jesus accumulated the resources and then educated their goyim, institutionalized them and programmed them to be retarded inbred lemmings, responsible for all the pain and suffering in the world. I don't care that African slaves sold slaves to white people. White people only existed and bought slaves under the orders of a Satan-worshipping cult that select-bred them and programmed them to be retards. But there was just too much resources. They had a lucky spawn. And it's fucking just unfortunate that the other cultures were like, why would we mine the earth? That's our mommy. Why would we hurt mom? And then they show up and they're like, you hurt mom? And they're like, and we're gonna hurt you too, bitch. And then they kill you. And I'm like, come on, man. And then I find out that it wasn't even the whites that were sophisticated. It wasn't even the whites that were good at warfare. They couldn't do shit. There was just too many of them. It turns out they stole everything from ancient Egypt and they lied about it. What a fucking... What's it called? It's not blue balls, but it's like a boner killer. You think that whites were these like superior, like intelligent, built all these beautiful things, and you're like, no, they were the fucking farmers for those people. And they still got Ireland because there was just too many of them with too many resources at that point. I'm like, the fucking Goyim got us 1,000 years ago, but it really, honestly, it only took one guy. It only took Brian Boru to get the Vikings off. Look at Scandinavian women today and tell me that there's not something genetically wrong with them and that they're just disconnected from God. Look at a Scandinavian woman's eyes and tell me she has a soul in there. I'm not seeing it. And then look up at any Irish woman and you'll see that there's a strong fighter hiding behind all the epigenetics that were raped into us. There's a fire of true Israelite in there. So I found my vape and I'm charging it. I have a quarter of a tank of gas. I have $65. It's looking like the part for my car is going to be around $45 to $58, but I might be able to get a discount, so I'm waiting tomorrow to empty out my entire car so that it looks clean and nice and nobody, you know, it's just a car, and then I'm taking it to the high school where the kids are going to take the whole thing apart as a educational thing, and in return, when they put it all back together under the mechanic's supervision, they will also replace my wheel hubs, which is a pretty good deal in my, and they're also going to change my tires over to winter tires. When was Jakob? We'll never know when all that happened because they literally bombed everywhere that the Bible said events took place. You're like, there was an event here, and they're like, nope, we're gonna make up a terrorist threat, and then publicly say that the CIA created that idea of a terrorist and it was never real. And then until they brainwash children into joining their created terrorist organization. And we're gonna use that as an excuse to bomb these biblical sites. Because these people are literally the culture that Jesus said he came to destroy. Yeah, it's not a bad deal at all. And it was God ordained. Like, I tried to go somewhere and then I literally couldn't, and then I was told to go back by some random stranger, and then I go back and then a red bird, a cardinal, flies on my car and flies to this church. I go into the church, and the first thing the deacon says when I go in there is, you should go to the high school and talk to the automotive center. And I was going to go all the way across the state. I went up there twice with $280. And the first time I got stuck in the snow, and the second time something happened and I had to come back. Oh, I had to pick up my stuff or something. And he wasn't available at the time. What's up with the cops and following me, man? Come on. I promise you, the police don't come down here. You were gonna turn right to go into town back to the police station and you saw me, man. I thought we were cool. But it's all good. Are you gonna turn in? No, you're gonna follow me to the middle of nowhere? For what, man? You're gonna make me get out of the car knowing I live in it? It's all good. You're gonna inform me that my headlight is out? I'm going to fix it in 2 days. It all depends. This is what just a random back road looks like here. See, like, farms and barns and stuff. Usually it's much more beautiful. Like, the mountains are actually usually big, like the hills are bigger. There's fields, there's rivers. When you get just a little bit further out, I'm talking like 15 minutes south, it's amazing out there. We're just like like that's a mountaintop. We're like just in a little valley in here. But then it spreads out like roots of a tree, and you can go through all the little hillsides, and it's really beautiful out here. And they're not legally not allowed to have billboards. You're legally not allowed to put a billboard here. So anywhere you go, trust that it's beautiful. And the road crews are only here to pave the roads that the tourists take, so the scenic routes are all nice, but then if you go into town to the residential areas, they're fucking... That's why my wheel hub is fucked up. If I had just stayed on the tourism roads, I'd be fine. But I went to go pick up a toaster oven from somebody, and my car just fell into the fucking... Literally just fell into the road. And now my wheel hub has been fucked up since. But I told the guy, and he said there's no way that would just be there. The wheel hub was definitely broken before you got it. That might have just alerted you to the noise, or maybe it might have added a slight wobble, but just falling into one pothole wouldn't do it. It was already messed up. It just, that pothole exposed the problem that was already there. Which made me feel better, because I was like, they just gave me this car, man. I need a team of moderators to just have my points that I make about the comments, so that when you get the comment, you know it's a literal NPC, and you know that simple deflection. They're like low-level mobs in a video game. Like, they only have the same 3 attacks, and you can just do the one, usually I just button mash. Like, I just hit the same button over and over again. You understand that game you're playing, the first comment loses the game. When you lower yourself to a point where you'd be like a little parasite trying to gnaw at somebody on a phone screen, thinking that you're gonna get into this back and forth and somehow you'll end up better than him, you've already lost by the time you cast your petty judgment. And I just hit you with the truth, man. Yep, 2 cops. What's up with all these cops, man? You're out of your jurisdiction, though. The other cop at the end of that road, when they left their jurisdiction, they turned around. I might have been a wire. I don't like this content, guys. But I'm looking for people, and there's no people. If I was here and I saw like a group of people just hanging out, I'd go up and talk to them, but nobody hangs out. Even in the summertime, there's just nobody around. There's groups of tourists that stay completely silent, enjoying ice cream, and there are very nice old people sometimes that they've gotten over all the bullshit, and they're just sitting there quietly enjoying life and how beautiful everything is. And then there are a lot of old people that are still stuck in the, they haven't used their dick in 45 years, and they still hold on to it as if it matters. And it consumes their whole life still. So they just walk around posturing and trying to show their money. Hello. I'm going 30. A lot of cops out tonight. What are you doing, guys? These are the guys that stole my car. And they're all going in different directions too, which is weird. It must just be they must need to meet a quota. Oh, it's a 4-day. Yep. It's the 22nd, it's a 4-day. NPCs have to follow the code in the script, and the Masons made the code in the script. So if they're serving the Masons, they follow the code in the script. For those NPCs, if you don't recognize you're an infinite being and live freely, which makes you the enemy to those things, they become aggro. So on 4 days, you'll see a lot of cops around all the time. You'll see a lot of cops on the 19th, the 11th, the 4th, the 13th, and the 22nd. And if they can, usually what happens, if they can get an in on the 19th, if they can get you on the 19th, they come back on the 20th to do the full-scale assault. They plant the seed, and then they try to harvest you on the 20th. And I don't know, if you ask a cop, I don't know if they'll flat out tell you. I'm not even sure if they're aware of it, but if you ask a Freemason cop, they'll tell you. They won't tell you because they're literally not allowed to tell you, or they sacrifice their immortality. If they reveal the Masonic secrets they were sworn to keep, they lose their access to immortality in the cult. So Masons cannot tell you, but they will show you the hand signs. Like if you give them the tell, like in the courtroom when I called them out and I was like, thank God the Satanist Freemason judge isn't on the stand today. The next time I went in, they were all doing the fucking hand signs and shit. I was like, I literally don't care. You guys ruined my life. You ruined my life. and I'm struggling just to function because of the shit you did to me illegally. Just because I was making songs and you wanted the power that I emanated. Okay, so I found my vape and I'm back in place and I have a quarter of a tank and I have half a soda and things are good. Are all cops Masons? Unfortunately. But they're not, they might not have done all the rituals, but the institution itself is Masonic. So they're accidentally, by technicality, yeah. People wonder why they became homeless. Always someone else's fault and not yours. Oh my fucking God, bro. Not my fault is exactly what I'm hearing. Never thought about it the way. Well, there are 30 people here, so let's address it very quickly. When I was born, my dad was a ski bum that became a carpenter and electrician and eventually became a ski instructor. He had very high ticket clients at the ski mountain and was very respected for his character and his intelligence. So he got high ticket clients. The locals, because we were not from here, we're not from the state, we were from out of state, but we loved them. He loved the mountain. The locals were very, very jealous of my father in the small town where I'm from. My dad had this thing with girls. My uncle told me in my adult life that my dad was always, no matter whatever anybody said about my dad, he had this power with girls. So it made everybody jealous all the time. That my dad was just a flirt. He's a Leo. He's charismatic. He's funny. He was a good-looking dude. We had when I was born, my grandmother, with my dad and my grandmother together, bought my family a triplex, 30 cabins, and a 4-story barn. Very quickly, somebody burned it down. And then we lost it, and it became a storage facility. Then my dad moved into the boat captain for the Cannoneer yacht for the DuPont family, which is one of the 13 richest families in the world, and they were buddies as ski instructors. So it was a ski instructor friend of my dad's that also was the captain of the yacht for one of the richest families in the world. So my dad would live in that guy's house while he was gone. He started off watching his dog when he was gone because he couldn't take it on the boat, and then he just lived in the house. First ever sleepover I had with my dad, and he was really funny, really smart, all this great stuff. First sleepover I have with my dad when I'm 9 is he uses his blinker. We can see the blinker, we can hear it. Cop speeds by going 60, spins around, pulls my dad over, says, "You didn't use your blinker." My dad's like, "I did use my blinker." Cop pulls the gun out, tries to grab the key out of the car. My dad rolls the window up and tries to get us literally just a football field down the road where there would be a camera to be able to see the cop do the illegal things. Then all of a sudden, on this back road on top of a mountain with nothing around, 6 cops are there. They were waiting to ambush us because they saw us go up Ray Hill Road and they met us there. He didn't call for backup. There was no pause. He pulled my dad over and they were already waiting for us. They saw us and saw our Lexus. I think it was the Lexus. It might not have been. They saw our car and they were all there to ambush us. So they gave my dad a brain injury, manufactured crime, illegal traffic stop. Cop escalated, used excessive force. My dad was fully in his right to use self-defense. His life was literally in danger. The cop pulled the gun out. But after that, he couldn't really work. He still became a valet, and I became a dishwasher. Then, as a result of the brain damage, he started bottling things up and exploding. So I wasn't able to live with my dad anymore because I had to fight him pretty much to the death. He had a heart attack. Came at me with a hammer. Dragged me around the house. And I had to walk in just PJs in sub-zero on top of a mountain in the middle of winter. And he's playing chicken with me in the road. He had broke. He was a great man. I still think he's a great man. But that shit sucked. So then I went into shelter programs. Can you tell me where in that is my fault? That's how I became homeless. That's also how my dad became homeless. Because he couldn't work. He couldn't function. So he moved into an RV with his retirement money. Where in that is my fault? Are you Jesus? I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th, and my name means the tree of life exalted on a hill, with power and authority descended from giants who sacrificed themselves to save humanity. Or really save the Irish or the true Israelites. And my name meaning an ancient tree with the purest essence, incorruptible, that no matter how many times you cut it down, it grows back just as pure. The tree of life, the most powerful name in Freemasonry, Casey. The acacia tree, the tree of life, Yggdrasil. And then O'Brien exalted on a hill. And I'm a Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house. That's Jupiter, constant growth, philosophy, the connection from the heavens to the earth, the mastery of this realm, nature, the most competent, ruled by Jupiter. In the 8th house of Scorpio, which is the worst human condition. It's the darkest waters. It's the worst human experience that you're supposed to alchemize, and you have no veil to the outside between here and spirit. Now I'm an Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, and Uranus in the 10th house, which means I'm exalted on a hill, disassociated, processing everything logically with no emotion. Can't be a crybaby because I don't feel emotion. Sometimes it gets really bad and bottles up, and I will break for a little bit, but for the most part, pretty much emotionless. And then I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th. The 33 life path is the oldest soul possible. It's the Ouroboros, the last test before you leave the realm, or you just cycle through it over and over again. 11 is like 11 in Stranger Things. You open up the portal to the other dimension. It's the gateway from here to all the other realms. What up, Demon Hunter? Can you guess what my comment section is like? Can you guess how these 35 people are treating me? You're a Scorpio? If you're a Scorpio sun, you went through a bunch of shit, then I'm sorry you went through it. Unhealed, you'll be pessimistic, and people will not want to be around you because they think you're sad and whatever, but you're supposed to alchemize it into a creative passion and become the fire water, and then you become the most powerful sign of the zodiac other than Sagittarius. The only thing that makes Scorpio seem more powerful is the deep emotional wealth that you can access to have these emotions. That's why I'm glad all my Sag is in the 8th house. So Scorpion is just unhealed. Scorpio is actually the Scorpion transitioning and alchemizing, reviving into the Phoenix, the Firebird. And then Sagittarius is just the mastery of it, and they don't go back into the 8th house. They stay in the 9th house. So, let's get rid of them all. Yeah, we'll make you a mod, but don't just, when you do the timeouts, just do like 5 minutes. You're modded. Try it out. Put these pussies in timeout. And then we'll go for like 5 more minutes, 10 minutes maybe. I do life path readings, but I do it on my Cash App. So my Cash App is CASEY, the letter O, 9989, or I have PayPal, Chime, whatever in my channel bio. If you want to do some life path readings, if Demon Hunter would like to put the cash tag, just put life path numerology reading and the cash tag somebody, and I'll pin it. Bye, Ray. I do $5 numerology readings and astrology and your name, and I literally wake you up to your true soul. And then we'll do 1, and then if nobody donates, I'll leave. We'll start off with 9/9/1962, which is pretty cool. You are a Virgo. You're a Virgo 9, and your life path is 9, 18, 19, well, not 27, 28, 34, 36. And now we have to double check. 9 and 9 is 18, plus 9 is 27, plus 1 is 28, plus 2 is 30, plus 6 is 36. I'm going to triple check so I know that I do it first before I go off into the spirit. So 3 9s is 27, 28, 30, 36. Okay, so you're a 999 GQ. Isn't that crazy? You're a 9 life path, born in the 9th in the 9th month. Isn't that crazy? That's a big one. That is completely evident that this is your first incarnation on Earth. It does mean that you had something somewhere else before this, because you have a Virgo, stoic, nitpicky assertion of yourself. People would often call you too sensitive or not all there because they have a wider emotional wealth, because Virgos are very reserved and they often don't break through their boundaries in life, so they don't know the range and the scope of what they could do. But that allows them to also refine themselves, and they're very good at managing systems, utilizing tools, gaining knowledge and experience, and applying it accurately. Hermione Granger is the top Virgo that to look at. Without Hermione, Harry and Ron wouldn't have been able to do shit, because she knew what she was doing and she knew how to do it. But if you needed like that big act of bravery, and it wasn't there. Virgos are Sagittarius without the mastery of man and nature. They have the competence, but they don't have the momentum, fiery, constantly going forward. They're not manic psychos. They're just as intelligent, but they're reserved, sort of stoic, and nitpicky. That's the toxic trait about them. Is that they often don't adventure. The 9 is that you had a childlike essence that you still have in your adult life, and the world has always been trying to force you into this idea of being a grown-up, to destroy that sense of freedom and abundance that comes from that youthful energy. When you live as like a first soul on Earth, most people aren't aware of how bad it can be when you come in here with like the constant digging in you and destroying you, and you having to grow through it and remember where you started so you can keep going. And there's a sensitivity to it because you naturally have this good sense of what's right and what's wrong. So when you do that and you feel the world, you do have this sense that the world does have something wrong, and you do have this yearning, which makes you, that's why they call it the humanitarian, but really what it is that you're trying to fix something that's wrong with the world. You see it clearly, you know that it's always been getting at you, you're holding it here, and you're trying to get it through. So as a Virgo 9-9, I would see that you're trying to channel it into something in the outside world. Say it's keeping your house extremely organized. I would also say that you would probably go out of your way to organize other spaces as well. You might be somebody that goes and cleans your friend's house because you know it would make them better. Or if you're like in the car, you're like telling them to clean the car, and people are like, it's fine, and you're like, don't you understand how much better it would be if you organized? Then the information that you're trying to, everything you do would kind of lock into place, and you could function better. Virgos are the hermit in tarot for that reason, that they have this natural sense of organization, and they have this assured self, but not the risk taking and going out there as much. If you do, it's in this stern discipline. Like if you do go out and become a fighter, or you go on a trip, you only go on the trip if everything is the way that it should be, and you know that every base is covered, and you do it slowly and methodically, step by step. The advice that I give to Virgos is to let it go and go for runs and just give it up for a while because you know how easy it would be to just snap back into it. So take some time, especially in your adult life, like you're probably midlife right now. Take some time to get away from it and just take the massive risk. It's extremely scary and uncomfortable and like socially unacceptable, and it's all like terrifying because anything could happen if you let go of control for a little bit. But you'll find is that it breaks through all of your self-imposed barriers. The thing I say about Virgos is their need for control completely overwhelms them, and they have become a micromanaged, completely nitpicked to shit and built up sternly into themselves. And when you let it all go and be free, it's terrifying because you don't have that control. But in that, with that freedom, you have a reference experience that gives you this access to higher realms and higher vibrations and more emotional wealth that channels back in and makes everything you do more beautiful. And then people tend to look to you for advice. Then you become someone people turn to for advice. Then you become the leader that you're trying to be, but you never feel like you can get to that point because you have the tools to implement, but you don't have the freedom because of the micromanaged control over yourself. If I knew your name, if you want to post your full name, which I know is pretty bad, but, or if you just post what your name means, and there's usually a symbol, a complete, you can see that there's obviously a correlation between the name and the numerology and life path and astrology. Let's bring it home, and I'm trying to focus. Hold on. The other thing I want to say is that with your numerology and your astrology, there's always a huge contradiction because that contrast is where growth comes from. Gregory Richard Long. So Gregory means a warrior, right? And Richard means a king. And Long could mean a bunch of different things. Did you have a goal? Like, did the idea of becoming a leader, did the idea of fighting for something greater than yourself take up a good portion of your 20s and maybe 17 to 20? Did you always have this sort of yearning to be in a position of power that you didn't get because although you were capable of the micromanaging and stuff, you felt like there were things that would take that seemed too excessive for you and kind of not necessary? So you ended up being a very good teacher to somebody who did those things. You became a sort of coach. Probably to your little brother or older brother. 101st Airborne Division Air Assault. That's dope. That's pretty cool too. Because you're utilizing the same tools, the same control that I'm talking about. If you were actually in planes and you were the micromanaging that it takes to do the plane, plus the aggressive nature of the name. The only thing was that the 9 probably tied into that where you probably struggled. You either really struggled or you cut yourself off as a child from it completely. And now that you're getting older, you're realizing more that how much you were cut off from your humanitarian urge, this necessity to make life better. Your favorite color, I would say, would probably be yellow. I know it's orange there. It is orange with a G, which is kind of weird. You wanted to be a Marine. You wanted to be a Marine, but you ended up Air Assault, which was better for you in the long run anyway. Because you were able to utilize your tools. Green. Okay. The other thing I was going to say, is it deep green or is it the lighter green with the yellowish tint? Because 9 energy usually shows up as this yellowish, and then Virgo is green and yellow. Virgo is green, but with the higher vibrational of the intellectualism. Kelly? Can you predict others' life path? If so, what you need? I have the Cash App here, man. I do the Cash App readings. Or I have PayPal, Chime, Venmo. You look like you would hurt me. Maybe. Kelly Green. I don't have the ability to Google it. But I'm seeing like lime. Not like lime, but like brighter. Like not deep green. There's this higher youthful optimism to it. What up, Brenda? You said Kelly, so we got into the Irish algorithm, which is pretty cool. More for Virgos is that you channel your intellectualism into something physical. So you would be very good at developing as a landscaper. Like I think you would have a creative edge to making proper, like changing the environment of properties to make it easy, like the feng shui of it, the sternness of it would change it to allow people to stay in the space. Oh, landscaping. Yeah, it's about the design of it. Like for a Taurus, I say you'd be good at landscaping, but for a different reason. The Virgos are the... Taurus is growing. Virgo is using what's been grown. And then Capricorn is distributing the resources afterwards and the people. Capricorn is government. Virgo is workers. And Taurus is crops, basically. Do you like face tats? Not really. I think it's demonic. One of my biggest regrets is getting this neck tattoo. Because I feel like it is demonic. I feel like it does, like the symbolism does attach, like invoke like a sigil on accident. Did you watch the USA-Canada game? No. I don't care about sports, man. If it's like freezing cold and I'm out by myself and I'm really depressed, like when I was living in a fucking wagon, out in Sub-Zero, just curled up in a Tractor Supply wagon under a tarp and like 106 fever that lasted a month. I would watch the Muhammad Ali fights and the Conor McGregor and Paddy Pimblett and all that, John Jones, and I liked that a lot. But now I'm like, kind of boring for me. Now I watch fucking, if I'm not on the phone, I'm just laying in bed or I'm driving, asking people if they know anybody that needs work. A Virgo 9 life path is really important. It would be indicative that you just need to enjoy life. It's one of those life paths where you don't really have to have a huge purpose, and that it's just you just are here to experience it. It's kind of your first go around. But the highest level of that is helping a lot of people, and you would be actually very good at developing a system that would help a lot of people. You'd be able to identify problems and faults in the code and the structure and be able to accurately make a change that allows everything to function better. Thank you for your input. I'm glad I stopped here. You're welcome, man. Did you start off as a hater? You think anybody sent any Cash App? Nope. Oh, maybe it looks like Heather did. Thank you, Demon Hunter. Are you a Virgo? No, but GQ is a Virgo. You sent 5? Let me check. Hold on. Come on, man. Okay. I didn't get it. Which app did you send it to? I'm charging my vape too. Thank you, Demon Hunter. That's going towards the wheel bearing tomorrow. Just let me know which app you sent it to and I'll check it. If people want to post their birthday, you are so lucky if you're a Virgo. So are you lucky if you're a Virgo? Virgos aren't necessarily lucky. I wouldn't say they're the lucky signs. But I think that Virgos definitely care about people a lot more than the other signs. In a healthy way. Like, people are like, Virgos are sensitive, but like Virgos really understand people. Virgos, they call them sensitive, but they're able to care about people in a way that actually helps them, which pretty much every other sign cares about people in an unhealthy way. I think that's the big superpower for the Virgo is the how usually they have some type of physical thing that makes them feel insecure and not confident, and they have to master their skills through that major insecurity. Like every Virgo girl I've ever met had no butt, and they were always like really bummed about that. And pretty much every Virgo man I met either was just like extremely skinny or very short. And once they get over that and they're like, oh, nothing really matters because we're only here for a short time, why don't we just be the best version of ourselves? Then those Virgos get the girls get in the gym and they look way better. And they're like, the clothes are on point, their creative style is on point, their art, always the art that they make is on another level. They're very good at what they do. And it stems from that they're given this insecure thing that they have to master. But for whatever reason, they do tend to care a lot more about other people for that reason and others. They just have a way of seeing people in a way that doesn't hurt them. So if you let me know what to Fine Arts, if you're still here, let me know what app you sent the 5 to, and we'll do your life path reading. And if there's 22 people here, if you spam your birthday and your full name, it doesn't have to be your middle name, but you spam your or you could just say what your name means. And your birthday, I'll pick one at random, and then we'll see if they Salvation. That's the song I'm trying to make. That's like one of my favorite songs I've written. The nights were cold, days were broken and full of pain. It has to be your full birthday. I was staring at the lake with no emotion on my face. Then I looked up and I prayed, and I flew out of the cage. I thought that I was dead and gone. It turns out I was brave. This is the type of feeling when you look into the mirror and you say, I'm gonna get it somehow or some way. I'm sick and tired of the way that we've been living. I'm gonna really be the difference. And you go outside and everyone's insane. I'm the one to go to when you take the first step away in faith and you want to show the world a better way. I was born a saint. This feels like all of the love I gave when I fought my way to heaven with my people through depression in the trenches with a smile on our face. So from now until the end of days, you can find me in and out of every lane, swerving past eternal damnation on my way to salvation. I'm sure you have some Irish roots. Yes, I think the Virgos get to the point when trying to help others and they're very creative. My dad writes poetry and likes to draw and paint, right? It's the toxic Virgos are very good at hurting people is the problem. Toxic Virgos know where to get you. A lot of people that I met that were pedophiles were Virgos. A lot of pedophiles are Virgos. Because the insecurity got them. And they didn't get enough social conditioning because they weren't brave. They didn't transcend and persevere past the limitations and learn mastery over their limitations and use them as gifts to be who they really were and wanted to be. So then they become the toxic version and they become predatory. And they're very good at it. That's the problem with Virgos. So if I'm gonna go to Fine Arts first. If Fine Arts is still here, although you did say you sent me 5. If you were bullshitting, man, I'm gonna be mad. I have all of my stuff in my channel bio. I can wake you up to your true soul. I know the common denominator. I know what God is trying. It's hints used by theosophy that's been cultivated for thousands of years. And in that, with all these different cultures across the world trying to figure out what was going on in this realm, you can find the common denominator and how you were actually created. You can find when they say it's demonic when you attach too much to one of those things and you don't recognize you're an infinite being created by Source for a purpose. But when you recognize that you're an infinite being created by Source for a purpose, then you can find the hints and channels to the actual themes and motifs of your creation to get to know yourself better. and you can easily find a way to get onto that path and get back to your purpose. So that's the stuff I'm selling. It's real. If Fine Arts isn't here, we'll do the other guy, Albert Pike. I don't like Freemason shit. It's just unfortunate. One of those theosophies happened to be really predatory. So we'll do July 20th because it's a master number 2. July 20th, 1989. 7, 9, 10, 19, 27, 36. So you're another 9 life path. And we're going to double check. 7, 9, 18, 27, 36. You're another 9. But you are a Cancer 9 life path. Born on the 20th. The 20th is the secret 11, but it's not the master number. As a 20, being born on the 20th, you have a really, really vivid emotional wealth. Emotional experience, I would say. The wealth comes from what you do in life and how you take care of yourself, the love that you give yourself and generate. But your emotional experience is overwhelming. Music, literally, your whole body feels it. You see it, of light. When the music plays, it's there, it's vivid. When people talk, the reaction that goes on in your body is vivid and expansive, and that can be overwhelming to experience that. That's why they call it the secret master number, just because with that emotional wealth and that emotional expansive experience, that emotional thing can gain you a large access to knowledge because of all the information that you're taking in. Your moon sign and your Venus and stuff is exactly the way that the information comes through, but just as a whole, there's a lot more of it for you. As a Cancer, that's there too. Cancer is in the waters. It's that same very colorful experience of life, the vivid emotions, which makes everything a bit dramatic, and it also makes you really care about the things and everything around you. You probably cared too much all the time, and you are always in this battle between caring a lot and having to completely cut that off and be cold. People might call you obsessive and oppressive in your relationships because you might care too much, and that overwhelms them and literally encompasses them. You might feel like the people that you love are like crystal balls full of life, and you are just floating beyond them and micromanaging everything. And your thoughts, and depending on your Mercury, the way that you express the energy, there's way more emotional depth in there. And unlike Pisces and Scorpio, you don't have this calling or purpose to turn it into anything. You just experience it, which can be really chaotic. Pisces maladaptive daydream until it consumes them, and they live in a daydream, and that's the only way they can function, swimming upstream towards the infinite. Scorpios are at the lowest of the low, and they're trapped in the dark waters until they learn to alchemize and they become the firebird. The Cancer is just there, and it's the stern of the signs, the unmoving of the signs, the strong, like the tank or the anchor, the thing that holds everything in place, and is experiencing this huge thing, but without really a way. They don't really know what to do with it, and that's the blessing. You don't have to do anything with it. You're just there to literally experience it. You're there as an experiencer. All you really have to do, you definitely have to, you care about people, which will drive you to making changes in people's lives. But for the most part, you're chilling no matter what happens. You always find a way to be chilling. Until somebody tries you. Until somebody tests your boundaries. Unhealed Cancers are some of the worst narcissists of the entire thing. Unhealed Cancers keep everything in a state of their control, and their armor is so guarded, everything that happens feels like you're going to pinch them. And people don't even like talking to you because they're like, everything we say is just like the fucking trapped in the power dynamics and shit. But healed, Andrew Tate wouldn't be Andrew Tate without Tristan. Tristan was bigger than Andrew Tate. But Tristan didn't feel called to be this philosopher or whatever, like, in this momentous force going on this mission like Andrew Tate did, but Tristan held it down, and because of that, Andrew was able to do all the things that he did. But Tristan got more girls. He was a bigger guy, stronger at everything, but he didn't have this need to do it like Andrew did. He was just there to experience it. The 9 life path is just saying that it's closer to your first, it might even be your first experience on earth. Like, you learned all this stuff about emotional wealth and this stoicism and this strength from wherever you came before or whatever happened before. But the 9 is just showing that through your life, you're pretty much free from responsibilities. You are here literally just to, it's like your first time going about it. So what I say about 9s is that they have this childlike essence that hasn't been tainted, or competence from many lifetimes has distorted. You get to be a child, which often makes the world angry and jealous and tries to get you, which probably developed, I would say you probably have a lot of restraint trauma. A lot of Cancers have a lot of trauma with being literally held down. People try to literally destroy your feeling of boundaries so that later in life you had to constantly learn how to keep it until you align back with your true self. Cancers are the people try to break your boundaries. You probably got physically attacked pretty often, and it was just because they were trying to break your shell. How that happens is not, it's black and white. It could be that the sternness of the Cancer, you might have been using it to oppress other people on accident, trapping them. You know, if you were one of those people that were unhealed and got into these power games, it would be really hard to get you. But those anchor things, they don't have to be the leader that does this great thing. But every leader that does this great thing attributes their ability to do that great thing because they had the Cancer there to sit there. You literally, as a 9 life path, you're just literally there to enjoy life and not let it get to you, and be able to experience all of this stuff without it being overwhelmingly negative. It's about letting it be the way that it is without feeling the pain and suffering and the horrible stuff of the situation. Allowing it all to be exactly as it is. And I would say leading by example is good, but for Cancers there has to be this sense of humility because of just that goated OP level of power games and pride. If you become an unhealthy power gamey person, it literally destroys everything. You're now a black hole that is consuming and destroying everything. Because fire is creativity and passion. So an unhealed Cancer is destroying creativity and passion. Literally overwhelming it until you can't feel anything but the Cancer's emotions. And then you become proud that you're like an octopus underground and growing your fucking, extending yourself into people, or you're hovering over somebody and being the crystal ball and controlling their life. Instead, you have to learn, here's the big thing, is that Cancers don't have the ability to not see everything as an extension of themselves. So the way that they would heal themselves and care for themselves and nurture themselves, even if they don't like themselves, that ends up actually overwhelming their care for others. They accidentally love everything as if it is themselves. They literally don't see a difference between themselves and other people. And it's the power play between that. The boundaries and the self-preservation and the power games that come with the accumulating the emotional resources and learning how to successfully provide that care for other people in a way that doesn't completely destroy them and overwhelm them and trap them in the dark waters as like a little crystal ball you're like working over. Being able to just allow it to be there, and that you don't have to do anything with it, and you can see exactly how it is, and you have the gift of like being able to see somebody in a way that they've never seen themselves, because most people hide from that emotional depth. Most people really don't. Most people don't even have access to that state of deep emotional empathy. They have no idea that that's possible. Cancers make great producers. They're really great at making beats and songs that allow other people to live inside that and take it to that higher level, to express themselves, because you've made them comfortable in the emotions. The unhealed part is when the emotions completely overwhelm them. So learning how to be reserved, sort of the physical and the spiritual boundary, and then learning how to not consume all the power, but also being in the space, giving yourself the love you deserve, and then learning how to manage the distribution of those emotions and healing and stuff in a way that's unbiased and doesn't accidentally claw them, like get at them. That's what I would say, is that you're literally, everything that happens to you is exponentially more beautiful than most other people, is what I would say. If people want their life path reading, I have my Cash App right here. I also have everything in my channel bio. I'm just seeing what he says. Been a sailor since 6 months old, so you're right about chilling, patience, and you held the boat down, and it's water, the water element, which taught you more about, because all is mind, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. So what you see outside is literally the information is going through back into the infinite through your eyes and your senses. Your senses we're taking in information through our senses and churning it and changing it, and it goes back up. And that's why they say to keep the treasures in heaven. Serious organ comes wisdom, balance, reflection of the sun. Premium canine crunchies. Dog treat companies make a lot of money, man. Dog treat companies, if you'd give me an affiliate code, I'll go to the Humane Society and get you a contract with the Humane Society here. Happy Dance Dog Training? What's up with these dog trainers? We got a dog trainer and a dog treat maker, man. I think I'm trying to get a Black Lab German Shepherd mix, or a Black Lab Rottie, or a Rottie Shepherd. I was going to do a Cane Corso because I want to travel full time and I need a protection dog. Yeah, Cancer Sages, like I said, Andrew Tate's a Sag, Tristan's a Cancer, and Andrew became the most Googled man on earth, and he attributes it all to his brother and his 33 life path father. The stoicism of the Cancer with the righteous adventurer philosopher of the Sagittarius blend very well when they're healed. Like, they had to be brothers. So it had to be a healthy back and forth. If you're not related to the Sag, the Cancer and Sag often just completely destroy each other until they leave. But they learn a lot about, Cancer and Sag just pair up for a little bit, and then they do the back and forth to learn that. But if they didn't grow up together and they're not by blood, usually they have to take off from each other. Who made the pyramids? If you look inside the pyramids, you see the Feather of Ma'at. And the Feather of Ma'at is a woman with light skin with the eyes of Horus that wears a single feather in her hair and has the feathers on her arms. And she's wearing a tight dress and a turquoise necklace. The only culture that still practices that to this day, that still puts on the Feather of Ma'at in the ritual, is the Plains tribes in Central North America. I think that at the very least, the DNA inside the Blackfoot that has been present on North America for 200,000 years, that still practices that culture you see in the pyramids. At the very least, they were seafaring. At least you think Noah built a boat, but we weren't seafaring. At least there was some type of interaction between the people at the pyramids in Egypt and the people in the Plains tribes in North America. The people in North America and the people in Egypt had communication with each other because the same culture practiced in the hieroglyphs are practiced in the Plains tribes. And the Plains tribes tell you that they came from the star people. I don't know if the star people are extra-dimensional intelligence is communicating through quantum entanglement and string theory, or if that's literally an advanced civilization that left Earth behind, and we were the monkeys that they left, and now they've been managing the evolution of the monkeys. But at the very least, you see dark-skinned people with big butts, dark-skinned women with big butts in the pyramids, and you see light-skinned Native Americans in the pyramids. So who built the pyramids? It's probably a mixture of both. You see some thick African queens in the pyramids, and you see some beautiful Native women. Maybe Egypt, when they did the Exodus, maybe they exited Egypt and they went east and they went north. I don't know. But we know that. The only thing that would dispute that is if somebody I trusted could actually carbon date those paintings. Because if those hieroglyphs don't line up with the paintings of other paintings that depict different people, then I would say that they came later. But I mean, look at the picture of the feather of Ma'at, and then look at a picture of Sitting Bull, and tell me that Sitting Bull isn't an ancient Egyptian. And that the Black Rock Saturn worshipping society that built Europe and moved over to America through creating their Goyim lemming horde to accumulate them resources and be proud of it, thinking that they're a part of the winning team when it was just a psyop for thousands of years. Obviously, they built a whole society off of deceit and propaganda. So they're not going to tell you the truth, but they put it in your face for some reason. So you see that the pyramids look like this when you look at them, and they have a bunch of pillars underneath now that we have LiDAR. And look at your Capitol building, look at your city halls, look at some schools. All these Freemasonic buildings have this, and they do this all the time, and then they have the pillars. So maybe they took it from Egypt, and that's the big secret they're hiding. I don't really know, but I know that those things line up. Literally, my state is like where they go. The Freemason, the upper echelons of society, these people vacation in my state. So when you go to the city hall in the biggest town with 40 to 60,000 people, they just put up a giant pyramid in the center of the park, City Hall Park, with the pillars underneath it. After Egypt, that whole generation died and only their children entered the promised land. I'm doing life path readings if you want to donate. And I'm doing astrology. I can wake you up to your true self. Because God gave you hints when you were created to help you in this journey. And I figured it out. So I share it. Joshua and Caleb were the only originals who entered the promised land. No, those weren't tombs. Those were astral projection chambers, like in Stranger Things, where Eleven would go into the sleep deprivation tank. When you look at the Emerald Tablets in Thoth and the things that we can't replicate scientifically, we supposedly can't make. There was a guy named Thoth, the Atlantean, who said that he was a scientist that healed his telomeres that are responsible for aging. The reason that we age is because we have weak telomeres for some reason. He was able, probably just being able to take a jellyfish. There are tons of jellyfish that never age ever because they have strong telomeres and they never age. They'll live forever. Maybe he probably just took that and learned from that and was able to apply it to himself. I'm sure they do that. And that's why we had kings that lived for tens of thousands of years at one point. You know, you don't believe that there were these giant trees, but you're like, how do we get all that oxygen to make the dinosaurs? There were gigantic trees that were cut down by something, and that's Monument Valley and Devil's Tower. When you look at the fossilized Devil's Tower, you see when you dig into it that those are fossilized tree cells. It was like Awa, Tree of Life type thing back then. But Thoth said that the mastery of the first thing you need to do if you're trying to find more than just what life has to offer is to lock yourself in a dark room and do I am, like Jesus said, I am is the way. You have to go in and do I am this, and learn your creative control spiritually over in spirit inside, because when you're cut off from the body and sensory deprivation, you only have spirit. So back then, when you take that to the highest level, you had these giant factories of etheric energy, these pyramids that would connect. The Great Pyramid connects directly to Sirius on August 8th, the Lionsgate portal. It connects directly to the most powerful star, supposedly. I don't know if it's the most powerful star, but back then they said it was the most powerful star. Or they said at least that's where a lot of consciousness is generated from, and that a lot of beings come to Earth from, is Sirius. So they line it up, it goes down into the chamber, it supercharges whatever's below it. The masters of this thing, these kings, would extend their boundaries and influence, probably using many serfs and vessels as like electrical nodes for their consciousness. And they would do these massive rituals with the purest form of energy when the world gets a software update. And that's why they were able to like levitate things and control the molecules with their brain, the same way that I can make crows caw and turn off with my mind. If you look up the video that I posted, everything you need to know about crows spiritually, you can see that I literally learned living in nature how to extend myself, out of my body, to go make the crows stop cawing whenever I wanted them to and start cawing whenever I wanted them to. Because I was using their territorial ways and their need for control over spaces against them to use my peace as a weapon, to assert my territory, and then I would let go of the territory, giving the illusion of weakness so that the crows would jump at the occasion to try to dig back in and rape my spirit, because I've been dealing with it every single day for so long. Canaan? I was just in that town that I was in yesterday, before I came here. That was Canaan. That was called Canaan. Help me, I'm a triplet, also Indian Native American. This guy talking shit. Do you like the Stone Temple Pilots? I don't know what that is. It sounds familiar. I'm doing numerology and life path readings. Just let me know which app you donate to, and I do it. Okay, Ashley Rodriguez. Who is Ashley Rodriguez? Ashley Rodriguez, where you at? Me. Okay. Post your birthday. The full birth date. Do you believe that objects can hold negative demonic energy and may also hold positive energy? In the age of Pisces that deals with belief systems, yes. You can assign value through spirit to hold a space with the meaning and symbolism behind it. But in the age of Aquarius that we're getting too quick, we're in it, but we're just shedding off the last remnants of it. All those assigned values through the age of Pisces will be deteriorated. But right now, yes, and that's why they build all these structures and put their sigils and brand and wear their logos and brand names and shit, because there is an assigned energetic connection that you can manipulate. No, not your full credit card number, not your social. Oh, I like this one, because you are a Gemini, but you're at the cusp of Gemini no, you're a Taurus. Wait, you might be an Aries. Hold on. I think you're just becoming a Taurus, right? Because Pisces is February 22nd to March 22nd, and then we go to Aries, which is March 22nd to April 22nd. So you're right at the cusp between Aries and Taurus, which is really cool. It's also a 3, which is really cool because Taurus is about incarnation and Aries is about self. So it's evident that you're an artist. 4 plus 3 is 7, plus 1 is 8, plus 9 is 17, plus 8 is 25. plus 3 is 28. You're a 10 life path, but it's a 1, which is just a 1. So let's double check. 4 and 3 is 7, 10, 11, 20, 28. The number 28 itself is indicative of getting some type of wealth in your life. Like Elon Musk is 28, Bill Gates is 28. They make their companies on the 28th, but that's the 28 day. The 28 life path would be more indicative of some type of blessing of wealth, whether that's emotional, spiritual, or physical. There is wealth in that energy. It is part of your life. Will center around receiving a blessing. Maybe you have a very wealthy family. Maybe you had an unfortunate accident and you get, through maybe hard work, lawyers that get you a settlement, but there is the potential for a lot of wealth in your life. That's the 28 number. That's why you'll see 28 attached to companies pretty often. But a 1 life path means that your whole life is my way or the highway, which is like the Aries in Taurus. The stubbornness of the Taurus with the sort of psychotic assertion of the Aries. That 1 life path adds it. So temperament, that's also, when I talk about the 1, your first name starts with 1, A is 1. So there's that 2 there. Indicative of it's my way or the highway. Just past. So you sort of had gained a mastery of self-assertion and crown chakra, and you're just at the tail end of fighting for resources and dominance, and you're getting more in towards what matters with family. So there's a sensitive aspect to that assertion. There's a stubbornness. Definitely, I would say the biggest thing you have is stubbornness. But instead of this psychotic assertion where it's very hard for people to get through to you, you have a deep connection to the earth, which is your past lives. This isn't your first time around. You have this, people would assume, your favorite color I would probably assume is pink. Pink and then deep brown, gray, green. Because it's just when the snow is melting. You have this need to be seen and to overachieve, but it's not your entire life. You've turned that, you sort of, instead of having to constantly show the world who you are, you know who you are. People might have always tried to bully you, tried to destroy your self-esteem and self-image. You might have struggled as a child with trying to line up this feeling that you know you have with the way that people treat you, because you know you deserve better than what the world showed you. So you, either as a child, you really put that into overachieving, but with this tail end energy where you bring in and you pull from Taurus, because you're just on the cusp of being a Taurus. Some astrologers would say that you are a Taurus, but it's the blend right there. It's that transition where they both meet each other. So you're not fully the sensitive, incarnating, always like living deep inside yourself in this well of grounded sensitivity and just like to create your little thing. You also have this, this, I need it. You're always trying to hold it up. You might like all the time, like you would be getting hype and just going off like that, making loud noises for no reason, for fun. And it was really fun for you because you were always asserting yourself over everything. But with that balance right there, it's just it's somebody that's self-confident, but also struggles between this psychotic overachievement and being really fucking lazy and growing slow like nature. It's very balanced. But in your life, you do become the headstrong leader. Maybe you're the boss. And whoever you're with, or if you have a relationship, or if you have kids, they tend to take the back seat and let you take charge, and you are on top of things. I love Taurus. I kind of love Aries. I like healed Aries. I like female Aries that are healed and aren't really self-centered. When they master the overachievement and they no longer need to prove themselves to everybody else and they just have this self-assurance that doesn't involve other people, Aries are great. If they're still in the psychotic needing to prove themselves, they become very, very condescending people. They become very, very like, they think they know it all. And they look down on people who aren't living as psychotically overachieving as they are. And they get really angry when they see that God blesses those people more often than they do for a lot less work. But you're a 3. The 3 is the childish, indicative that you had healthy parents or you had extremely unhealthy parents, but you didn't just have normal parents. You had an environment that allowed you to be a child, or you had this really, really heavy trying to destroy the child, and that forced you to learn the skills of being funny. You're funny. You're creative. You have this ability to take what's in front of you and turn it into something that is healing to other people, because most people cut off their inner child. You naturally have a gold core, a gold yellowish core of creativity that usually is yearning to get out. I would say it would be the one or the other. It would be either that creativity and that childish nature and that funniness comes out with this psychotic or the peaceful, slow incarnating, churning it slowly into a warm, sort of kind of gooey piece of art that when molded right, that sensitivity comes through, and that like minimalist artistry. So it has the psychotic coming in, but it has this natural sensitivity. It's a good balance. It's a good balance between completely not caring about anybody else and only caring about everybody else. I would assume that you have a strong water sign somewhere in your chart just to balance it out and give you some emotion that isn't slow churn or like explosive. But it's pretty indicative of you don't really care about all that bullshit. You think a lot of this shit that goes on around you is like, that's a bunch of bullshit. Because you're competent. You have skills. You've developed skills. You do things. And when you do things, you do it really well. The only problem is you might feel called to do more, but part of you thinks that it's not necessary. Or healed, you've mastered patience and are able to methodically, with discipline every day, be doing something. What I would say for you, the best advice is to develop a growth over consistency routine where you have your goals and the things you're creating. Even if you don't have a big thing, you know that there are things that would better your and everybody else's life, and learning how to take your care and what you do and start slow with this slow growth of whatever you do, whether that's picking up a supplement or a workout routine in the morning, or prioritizing a not a ritual, but a routine of like how you go to bed and wake up, self-care, so that you can lead by example in whatever you feel called to do, whether you're churning one foot after the other, march, my way or the highway, going forward like this, of your self-assertion. Because you're going to have people that will follow behind you. You will be inspiring and leading people with you. People that take that initiative and go down that road like that in their life, people gravitate towards it that are unsure of themselves, and they will follow along behind you. So the best advice is that for anybody is to build your foundation. And when you build your foundation of diet, exercise, routine, growth over consistency, progress, that's the key to be able to get to all these different urges that you get in your life to do these things. And then I would start taking from the growth of the slow, sensitive growth of Taurus, and then put the psychotic self-assertion into that. I would lean one way or the other first, and then put it in. You are now, I would say, so you were 17 in 2000, 17 plus 26.
Well, 25 because you're turning that this year. So 17 plus 25 is 42. It'll be 43 this year, I think. Man, to be honest with you, if you don't have kids at this point, I would say just have the kid. Fuck it. Just have the kid. Because you'd be able to have the kid, and you'd be able to be a good mom, and you'd be able to still be able to lead your life. And the kid that, if you do have kids, the kids that you raise will become extremely competent people. You have the mindset and the drive and the forward moving nature that would teach any kid the foundational tools to excel in their life. You are indicative of a great role model. I think you just need a creative outlet, and whatever your mission is in life, take more time to go on these creative journeys. Like, maybe, I wouldn't say write or paint even. I wouldn't say make music. It's something creative. You have to have more of a creative tool in your life to get back into creating, because the point of your everyday experience is being this funny, childish, creative person. But if you look at the overarching span of your life, you'll see that you led a lot of people to something. It's a leader sign. It's a manager sign. It's a CEO sign. It's a company creator. It's a role that is necessary in the world that not a lot of people are able to fill correctly, and you have it. So learning how to bring that, learning the patience and care and sensitivity of Taurus mixed with this, the way you see yourself. Because you see yourself as like this, there's like a light shining on you, you feel, and you feel this natural sense of authority because you have this open crown chakra. You have this purplish, pinkish energy around you in the spotlight. Learn how to blend that very good with the complete darkness of your past lives in Taurus. Learn how to be that, but not necessarily being able to have that light shining down on you, housed and completely enmeshed and condensed in the patient darkness, so that you build the discipline necessary to incorporate that, so you don't become top heavy and fall over and people call you a psycho. People then see you as the strongest leader they've ever met. Great manager, great head server, great boss of a company. And then not letting the feeling of being the queen extend to those relationships, and it's just a silent, intrinsic knowing instead of a constant explosive assertion, so that you know the right way and when to do it, so that it doesn't end up destroying relationships and overbearing the people that you love, so that you have a chance to step back from yourself and learn the patience, so that you can actually see where other people are coming from, and you can let people come to you. A good example of an Aries I know is my cousin. And one time, I'm glad this happened, we were at my apartment, and I had trained my cat like a person. He would come and try to speak words to me, and he would lead me to the food when he was hungry. He'd lead me to the litter box when he wanted it cleaned, or if he had just pooped and was like, "Can you put it in the toilet, please?" And now if my dad is drunk and he's outside the house, my cat, if he's too drunk, my cat will lead him back into the room. He was like a person. And he would like sit with me and watch TV. When my girlfriend and I at the time would go to sleep, he'd lay right between us and he'd cuddle us all day. He'd sit on my shoulder and we'd watch TV or play video games. And one time my cousin came over and she was trying to get the cat to love her. And what she did was just reach your hand out like this and just start petting him. And the cat was like, what the fuck? Stop. But then I crouched down and I just waited happy. So I gave him the space. If he wanted to come get pets, he could come get pets. And of course he wanted to come get pets. So he came right up and jumped right in my lap and we petted. But when she tried to do, you know, too far, too assertive with the love. And that can make people not want to be around you and also feel like they're now like it felt like you accidentally dominated them. So now they feel like they either have to like get at you, put you in your place, or they just don't even talk to you. So having it late Aries is something that you've gotten over all that. You don't have a lot of that. And you're coming into the laziness and grounding and the patience. Too far and not far enough are meeting perfectly right at the 21st there. And the 21st makes it creative. So you're taking that into a creative passion, a creative thing. You have to use your mind to create something. And it has to be your way. It's your thing. It's your life. And then in the growth over consistency, discipline, and routine of that, you learn how to keep it with yourself and not let other people become that. And then you become the rock and the leader that people turn to. Then people really like will gravitate and follow behind whatever you're doing, and you become the rock in their life. You would exemplify this confident, sensitive love. So I would say if you don't have the position where you have other people that you're managing or helping or whatever, let it be completely personal at this point, where you just do it by yourself, whatever you're doing, the creative, everyday growth over consistency. And you'll find that whatever you individuate and develop into, there's going to be a lot of people around. But you'll have this down. Because you will need to be there for others in a way that they've never had and you never had for yourself, that you built yourself into. Sort of like allowing, it's like just allowing people to be, it's going to be a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of responsibility. For real. But if you don't, I think you're always kind of looking for that, right? Let's see. I'm looking. Is Ashley still here? Let's see. Yeah. 44 next year. Okay, cool. Oh, and you have the pink, you have a pink pig as your profile picture. I don't know what Ashley means or what Rodriguez means. This is why I need a second phone, but I'm assuming that, Ashley in itself it's still the reddish pink and the yellowish of the 3 energy. Rodriguez seems kind of brown and orange to me. Was I spot on, or did you have to struggle with overachieving and have to push yourself? And your maiden name is Burnett. I don't know what that means. Burnett. Talking about E3. Demon Hunter, you're going off. You don't have to do all that. It's just if they're just spamming over and over and over again. He did say quiet yourself. And I mean like spamming the same message. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of redundant, the things they're saying, but it does help the algorithm. You were pretty spot on with it all. Thank you. You're right. I think the routine will really help. Yeah, growth over consistency. Yeah, you might have to feel like you have to get back in the saddle first. You were probably the leader of the friend group, I think. Or you didn't have a friend group because all the girls bullied you. But then later in life, you became the head at the restaurant or something. Another sign indicative of petty power games all the time coming at you, which now you attribute to your stern, stoic self-assurance. And yeah, growth over consistency, building the foundation. If you have to get back into the swing of things with like going on walks every day, resting, fasting, sunlight, probiotics, getting a protein shake in the morning, chicken and egg diet for a while, going on walks, staying out in the sunlight, having the panic attacks when you heal from your traumas and whatever life makes people settle into, and then getting back and then relearning how to have fun in life and using the psychotic thing to go jump back into the mix, and then just slowly growing over consistency until maybe like the bodybuilding routine. Like I would say, like putting a fucking if you have a property, like put a like a little deck out in the field and get a deadlift and do deadlifts out there where you have a barbell and stuff, and start deadlifting, squatting, and running up the hill and stuff, and then just freeing yourself, because the world will always be trying to beat you down into feeling no self-esteem, but also extremely selfish, and then it will try to drive you into psychosis so that you can't rest. So being able to manage the rest and the hard work will build you a foundation, especially this year, which is all about that this year. In a Capricorn Aries, it's a Capricorn Aries year this year, 2026. And then once that's good and the health is on point, you'll feel like you're way too high above the rest of the collective consciousness, but you'll have deep roots, and you'll find that you'll become a leader. If you're not already a leader, you'll become one. Demon Hunter's an Aries Sagittarius, so the Sagittarius is why the job usually deals with either a server or a delivery driver for Aries and Sagittarius. Like Sagittarius don't make great servers, they make great delivery, but Aries make great servers. Like, I wouldn't say that your life would revolve around travel as much. It might just be that you go from stagnant location to stagnant location. They're both, it's still fixed energy. It's like what you're doing in life. If you do end up traveling, it's pretty taxing to be so headstrong in how you travel. Like if your life revolves around going to different places and talking to different people, that can be really tough. And you might even do better work if you stayed in a singular location. But I still think that the health focus, growth over consistency, is necessary to shed off and have the confidence and ability to assert the no over all the bullshit the world is constantly trying to gaslight us all into settling into. Sendo Juices, I'm not very good at serving. What's your sign? Let's see if I'm checking to see if Ashley, if you, because you donated, not a lot of people donate. If you had a question, and then I might move on unless I have other things that I feel. The thing I think Aries need to do is I do think they do need to have a creative thing like painting. I do think painting is important for Aries because it's a good exercise to get away from the intrinsic attention to self to focus on something outside of themselves. And it would help with the Taurus incarnation of sensitivity and sweetness of the Taurus to work on that slowly every day. I think painting would be really good for you. Like getting an easel and just painting for fun sometimes. Yeah, Aries is it's the first incarnation, but she's at the end of Aries. She's 21, so she's right in between Taurus and Aries. You just wanted a quick read on your life purpose for Sag, Ascendant, Pisces, Moon, Scorpio, Venus. Let's see if your channel activity, because I'm gonna have to start moving into donations and stuff. But I think you've definitely been here for a while. I remember you. So you've been trying to start working out again and being healthy for months. I'm definitely gonna do it. Yeah, it's just starting it. It's just the first step. It gets easier and easier and easier. It's easier to change a habit than stop one or start one. So like, just when you feel your body's compulsion towards your routine, and then when you feel the compulsion, changing it in your mind to you doing the action and then doing the action starts to look, it's much easier to get into the groove of becoming somebody that works out every day. And then you learn that it's better than working out is better than any drug. The constant feeling of going and seeing yourself better every single day, eventually you fall in love with that every day, and your self-worth goes through the roof, and you literally look like 20 years younger. Your body starts like sweating out the most disgusting things you didn't even realize was in your body. And then you realize that it just like all comes back to you at once. It's great. But it's like most of us have parasites that are literally keeping us from being healthy because they know that when we're healthy, it kicks them out. So they go up and they go through your bloodstream and they stimulate your stress and trauma in your neurons. They literally piss and shit in your brain so you freak out, so that you go to your escape, which feeds them. Having to get through that initial power thing to just get them out is really hard, and it does seem like the world will go against you. So we'll go to Sendo. Let me check first to see if I got any donations on the Cash App, and I'll come back. You don't have Cash App. What's your PayPal again? My PayPal is CASEYOBRIEN 1133. The numbers. You'll have his Cash App for me. I had to leave to go check. And that would just be donation. I'm gonna do it regardless, just because you're a cool guy, for sure. If you want to post your birthday, I'll do that too. But for the Sag, Pisces, Scorpio, Venus, it's powerful. It's really powerful, actually. It's hard. I gotta know your sun sign too. Just post your birthday. Sag Ascendant. My little brother was a Sag Ascendant. It means that you're probably, I would say, depending on what's in your first house, because your Sag Ascendant is in your first house. If you have other things in your first house, I would probably say that you're pretty tall. Sag Ascendants usually become very tall unless they have a strong Cancer placement, or Leo or Virgo, or something that's detrimental to the Sag in the first house, like that pulls from the philosophical nature. But usually Sag Ascendants are very tall. As men, I don't know if you're a guy or not. Sag Ascendants, it's a disruptor. It means that everywhere you go, you have the masterful, confident focus. So you have serious features. You might have a long, pointy nose, or a very strong jawline that moves forward. And then as you got older, maybe if you became more sensitive to it, you might have lost that and started balding, to be honest. Like, a lot of Sag Ascendants start balding, and their facial hair grows in weird because their philosophy, that in the physical thing of this reaching out, curiosity and philosophy, without the the balance to channel that, their physical incarnation gets kind of wonky and messed up because they've grown out too far in one direction. Like my little brother had fucking gray hair growing out this way and then red hair, and he's blonde. But something with his like journeys of consciousness through affected his physical vessel, and it changed the color of his hair. Like this was orange and like half grown in here, and this was just gray this way, and he had blonde hair. Because the constant growth and philosophy of Sagittarius, but he didn't have the ability to structure it well. He needed to stay on his grind with the gym. He needed to do the exercise and take care of the physical vessel, because he became too chaotic, because his physical incarnation was always pulling and learning from different places with Jupiter's growth that overpowers everything else. His My Way or the Highway got skewed, and he wasn't able to organize it, and it really made a detriment to his physical vessel. So the Sagittarian ascendants need structure in what they eat and how they exercise. Some signs I don't say need a gym membership, and I don't even think you need a gym membership. Like I wouldn't say, but just working out every day. When he was working out every day and doing well, he was great. But he was learning, he was exploring too much, and he didn't have a good return point, so it was fucking him up. People with that curiosity and that philosophical mind need a structure in their life, or else it goes out of whack like that. So the first thing I would say is that self-care is the top priority to be able to manage the chaos of constant learning. Because with a Sag ascendant, that constant learning is what physically develops. What you're learning goes right into your physical vessel. The other thing is that you don't struggle with social stuff as much. The Pisces moon, we'll get to it, but in terms of like going to the function and going around public, you're not the victim of abuse as much as some people, because you naturally dispel it. Anything that comes, you're already in Jupiter, you're already curious, and that awareness and curiosity scares most energies away. Because anything that happens, you're already picking it apart and learning about it, and it's not even the mind doing it. It's your literal physical incarnation that is just able to, anything that happens just naturally gets processed through your body. So, but structure is important, because when that chaos happens, you can go too far and get too much, and you topple over. It's essentially having a body like a tree. So I would assume that your hair might have gone straight up. Long fingers, big feet, tall. Unless you have something that is a detriment to that somewhere else in the first house. I'm not trying to reach here, but if you do happen to be extremely short, I would say that that's because of a water sign moon with that emotional wealth. Because that adds an overwhelming experience to have that strong water energy inside that. I would say that you were made shorter just because it would topple that Sagittarian confidence, so that you don't automatically dispel the emotions with your My Way or the Highway Stoic philosophy that you develop in this curiosity since a child. Pisces moon is tough. Let me move over here and piss. Because Pisces moon is complicated. Pisces moon is ruled by Neptune and Jupiter. So you have Jupiter's influence. You have the highest vibration of the zodiac. You have the Jesus, the master teacher, the orange, strong orange vibes. You might have orange hair. You might drive an orange car. You might have lived in an orange house or had an orange tree outside or something. Or the flag of your state is orange or something. But your everyday life would be like surrounded by something orange, definitely, because they try to program you subliminally to help you, your spirit guides. The problem with the Pisces moon is your emotional wealth, your emotional life. It's who you are when you're isolated, when nobody's around, and you're by yourself, which is the dreamer, which is the taking all the emotions that humans experience and trying to lead humanity to the highest truth. Pisces are the creators of religions. Sagittarius lead the stampede. I'm just going to take a piss real quick. Okay. All right. Get in position. Run that for 30 minutes. I'd have to see what your sun sign is, but in general for Pisces, the problem with Pisces energy is that you have this gift of daydreaming and using your emotional experience to create very vivid daydreams. And Pisces tend to become selfless, and that doesn't work well in the world. So in order to survive, Pisces romanticize their experience to a point where they lose touch with any reality they haven't completely enmeshed themselves in. It can be extremely overwhelming, and they learn to survive by living in the fantasy. When you live too far in that fantasy with the emotions of the Pisces and the water element, that can be so dramatic and so overwhelming that people would call it schizophrenia. It seems so real to you, and it usually is real. What you're seeing is real, but the way that Pisces handle that can be very detrimental to things. Like a Pisces I know said that she got visited by a demon and told her that karma doesn't work the way we think it does. If you hurt people, it drives them into trauma loops that forces them to overcome those trauma loops or be succumbed to it. So they have to persevere out and become better people. And you get this extension of your will and this dark energy that comes with it, which is why Facebook trolls do what they do, why these comment section trolls do what they do. A demon told her that. But then when it got into her and it changed her beliefs, and it changed her belief system, that maladaptive daydreaming, that romanticized belief consumed her completely. And she thought that the demon had infested her child, and she tried to choke the demon out of her child. And before that, she was fine. She was a manager at a bank. She was doing really well. But when something had contorted and distorted her belief systems and changed the frequency of the water, it consumed it entirely, very easily. Like, this was a Pepsi, but as soon as I put a little bit of cherry in it, it changed how the entire drink tasted. So it's really important as a Pisces moon that in your alone time, you have careful consideration to what you feel about reality and strong boundaries so that you know that you're swimming in the right direction. That's why I recommend creative outlets. The thing about Pisces is movement is necessary. Driving feels much better to you than it does for other people because of this change and emotional constant. I think running is probably pretty important for you. I think running and hiking would be necessary for you to function. Going on long hikes, going on runs, doing so in the morning or at night when it's dark, because the darkness allows you to be more intrinsic and work on your deep, vivid emotional and creative potential, because the light that goes through you is much more vivid. I love Pisces because of how deep the momentum of the water sign is really cool. It's just making sure that when you get to the higher levels, you develop the right theosophy and you do it unbiased, but it's evident that you'll need some type of cognitive strength, or else reality could be skewed for you very quickly and you could be led to accidental, like what people would call psychosis, but it's really just you accidentally let the wrong fluid into the waters and it completely overtakes it. And then maybe you have to boil it out through exercise, I'd say, or channel it into a creative hobby and refresh yourself. But it means in your alone time, depending on what house, the things that you create and the things that when you romanticize and fantasize, the things that you create lead people who view what you create towards the infinite naturally. Your natural channeled essence in what you create creates this pull towards the light that makes it easier for the rest of your school of fish to get back towards the light. It means that your everyday experience is uncovering different truths about reality and working in very high realms of philosophy and theosophy for a greater good. And your job, depending on the day you were born, so let's go to your birthday. Okay, Sagittarius. Okay. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was seeing. Is the drive and momentum, and that it's hard. But driving is important, running is important, hiking is important, movement is really important. The social stuff only gets to you because you care, and the emotions are vivid. The self-attacks can get extreme, like for you it's extremely overwhelming, the self-attacks, because you're feeling so much of it. I don't really have that because it just I'll get caught up in the narrative and hold grudges on the narrative that feels like it's just making me stale when I'm supposed to be flowing free and fresh. If I had a water sign moon, that everything that hit me would be like bright and vivid, all these people's extensions of their will. So that would be but with you there's the power in that. I don't have the Jupiter in the moon. I'm just Uranus and Saturn in the moon, the strong, stagnant, righteous narrative. I don't have the master teacher in my sun and moon. Jupiter's influence in the sun and moon, and you're only a day before 11. The 11 would have been too much for you, dude. If you were an 11 day, bro, you're just at the cusp of the 11. If you had shifted fully into 11 energy, you'd probably have killed yourself. I'm sure you've tried. I'm sure you've tried a few times, man. Because life doesn't make it easy to live the way that you would need to live. I wouldn't say you should be a truck driver, but I think that spending a couple months door dashing, taking an energy drink, and playing some music and trying to create songs that feel like your experience, that's what saved my life. I needed the momentum. Without the momentum, I couldn't function at all. I break apart. Nothing works. I need the constant revitalization in momentum. I needed to learn how to live in movement, or else I couldn't do anything. So that would be the first thing. The next thing is that I'm also a Venus and Scorpio. Venus and Scorpio, love is extremely hard because you know when they're bullshitting. They think that they're fooling you because they know naturally, oh, you're just all the way up in La La Land. They don't think that you can literally see what they're doing, and you feel it. You just know. You might even be able to look in and see the electromagnetic stimulation and the literal narrative living inside your partner. I can do it when I get more into the 8th house energy, and it's more around Scorpio season and Pisces season. When I get into those energies, then I can really start to reach through the dark waters and see what's going on. But for you, it's just unfortunate that you need commitment. You need someone who is authentic. You need someone who is not in self-attack mode, or at least has the ability to express that. You need someone who will not lie to you, because you'll figure it out like that and you'll never forgive them. Because they'll probably never apologize or make real change, and you're so far beyond that bullshit, it would be impossible to make it work. You'll resent them and it will stop your movement and momentum. If you haven't done your independent wilderness journey, Sagittarius need to be homeless for a portion of their life. They need to be free from society, to be free completely and be in connection with nature and the heavens. They need to access their roots and build deep roots, and to be able to house their knowledge where they keep falling over. You need the structure philosophy, and it needs to be somehow. You need to go on a long hike, man. You need to spend a lot of time camping if you haven't already. And once you have, your life is indicative that it depends on it. It might depend on your Mercury and your Mars and your Neptune. But for the most part, you're someone who has to learn how to have fun. And you need to understand that nobody's going to be like you. And this is stuff I needed to learn just because I'm so close to that type of energy. The only people you'll really find on your level that are also just as loyal, because you can find people that are at your level, but they're still playing power games. They're still lying. They're still enjoying deceit. To find people who don't enjoy deceit and are still at your level intellectually, you have to find a Capricorn that's gone through the selfishness and they're at a point where they just want to work hard with routine. You have to find other Sagittarians that can also not be completely over competitive and constantly be attacking each other with their philosophies and my way or the highway. You have to find a non-judgmental Sag who is able to not let his everyday uncovering of life affect you, so that you can just run together. You need Sagittarians adventure together. Sagittarians find other Sagittarians and they go on adventures, and their life becomes an adventure, and it's really cool. It's a blessing to be a Sag and find another Sag to go out and do that. The guy I said was my little brother was a Sag, but he was way too headstrong. He was way too judgmental of other people. Even if he was a kind soul, he's still like, his philosophy was like targeted at other people a lot. And personally, I need a creative outlet. I need structure to hold myself accountable, because my cycles of this constant momentum, depending on what house your sun is what you're reviving from, but it's constant revival. I need the accountability board. I need to remember what I'm running towards, or I just run in all directions all the time. I'm constantly just adventuring all the time, philosophizing. So I needed a creative outlet like music or like artistry of some kind, like writing books for me, writing stories. That could be because of all the Aquarius placements. Like you might be a producer, you might play an instrument, but you need to have a vessel of some kind, like a book or a medium, to take all this stuff and put it into something, or else this constant cycle of learning grows you way too far, way too much. And people will call you a psycho, they'll call you manic, they'll think there's something extremely wrong with you because they'll never understand what you're talking about. If you've noticed from me, because I'm like almost lined up with your energy, nobody ever has any idea what I'm saying, really. Even if it's so clearly articulated, most people can't see it because they're literally they're not a vibrational match for this level of philosophy. Naturally, they can hear the concept, they can embed it, they can understand it, but for the way that it comes across and the way that it makes them feel, they can't deal with that. Kai Cenat had to be extremely short in order to do it. They had to make Kai really small for him to become the biggest streamer. They had to make him someone that people didn't feel in competition with, so that he was able to express this high level of wisdom, but people weren't stuck in the social power games. If Kai was tall, he would be quiet. He wouldn't need to express himself as much. He would be stoic, and people wouldn't watch him. He'd do something else that's great, but he needed to be seen as the little love bug, and he sneak attacked them. People think he's stupid because he didn't read well and all this stuff. They didn't realize that he was expressing a way to be confident and have fun. He sneak attacked them and motivated an entire generation. Sagittarius are motivators. Pisces are inspirers. So having both means that you're up there most of the time. And it can be extremely overwhelming. Your life purpose, you have to make something that shows what it's like to be up there. Because nobody's capable of getting there. Everybody doesn't even realize that's what they're striving towards. And I mean, most Pisces, like Jesus is represented in Pisces. Pisces is the school of fish. They create a theosophy to get behind. If you don't want to intellectualize the perfect way of life and give a blueprint for people of how to navigate life as if you're in harmony with nature and the heavens at once, the divine child, I would just work on a digital legacy of what it's like to be you, and then not take it as serious as you take it, so that you can enjoy life around you. Because you'll always be striving towards something way too high, unless you gave up. The 10 is just the one. It's the forward moving. It's the my way or the highway, forward moving. But the 10 just adds a layer of competency to it that makes people look at you as someone that they can rely on. Like my dad's a 10 and he's a Leo, so he would be in a space, and they knew that if he was in the space, shit was held down. But you're going to live a life of travel. Let's see what your life path is. 1 plus 12 is 4. 1 plus 3 is 4. 5 and 18. I'm pretty sure that's 5, right? 5 and 18 is 23. You're a 5 life path, bro. You're going to be traveling. Your life is chaos. Your life is trying to make order out of chaos at the highest level. Your life is dreaming of a better tomorrow and seeing something so much better than yourself when you're alone and not understanding how to fit it into this, so you grow psychotically. I'm the same way. But you're more individual. You're less selfless. You do have a stoic sense of self and boundaries that I don't have. You don't struggle too much with keeping yourself in existence. And the world will challenge it. It'll try to cut you down, but you come back easier than I do. You're not. It's not as the relationship stuff. You probably have a better way of extending your creativity than I do, because I have to deal with the fucking back and forth and the constant fight of me in the system trying to grow. I'm like the last remaining seed of an invasive against an invasive species, trying its best to just keep alive long enough to plant more seeds. And with you is not. You have the momentum. You have the creative edge. You have the philosophical nature. It's just making sure you are able to hold that sense of grounding while you have this constant, ever-changing reality. People would consider you attractive too, because of the life path of 5, plus the Sagittarius ascendant, and the Scorpio Venus. It's only a hard life because you make it hard. That's the thought. Is that you make your life a lot harder than it needs to be, because of the responsibility you feel, because of the things that you naturally know that other people don't. It's a thing where you have to learn the balance between having fun and taking the entire world on. And you're not here to change the world, but you are here to be a key that opens up something that people didn't even realize was accessible. How you do it is just depending on your North Node. My North Node is Leo. I have to be the character. But if your North Node is like a Pisces, you have to be the teacher. If your North Node is the Uranus, you have to unite a lot of people. By Uranus, I mean Aquarius. Definitely got a strong nose. You're part Native American. My hair is kind of failing. Are you sure it's Casey O'Brien? Casey O'Brien 1133. That's what my PayPal tag is. Maybe later on, if you'd like to donate, just like comment on a random video PayPal, like just scroll down a bunch and comment, and then I'll send the link. You can do it on your own time, bro. I know you come back a lot. It does affect me to know or learn too much. I'm okay with people. Narcissistic people hate because they can't affect me. Yeah. Because you naturally embody something that's impenetrable. But they know that you have that emotional wealth. They try to get your emotional side. They try to infect your waters. It was very spot on. I tried all I could with PayPal, but it says 2 business days. Sun is Sagittarius, Sun is Sagittarius, okay, because I daydream so much. The fuck? I feel exposed. That was spot on, yeah. I think it's true. I need to organize my life around practical things and such, or I just daydream and accomplish nothing. Yep. And then it consumes you, and then you're out of touch with reality, and then you shut it off, and you're like, fuck, I was crazy for so long. That's why you need a creative outlet and a structured daily routine to channel all this constant revitalization of energy. A Sagittarius, strong Pisces, and you're a 5 life path. Your life is constant change, constant chaos. So you need to learn the momentum in travel, and you need the foundation under. Like for me, I have to manage it because I figured out I need to be out in nature and camp, because I have the Taurus rising, Saturn in Taurus first house. That lets me stay grounded and stay in the Sagittarius. And then I have to get up and then go and then stop and then get up, wait, rest, incarnate, get up, go, and then stop. Rest, wait, incarnate, patience, growth over consistency. You don't need that. You will need a stagnant location to serve as a constant reminder and a stable place to grow from, but your life will be completely traveling. You will be somebody that will be traveling. You might be one of the pioneers for the nomadic journey. You might end up as the content creator showing people the better way of living outside of the city, where you get in your car and you just travel and sightsee and you go see a bunch of different places. You might not have to work at homesteads. You might be able to learn accounting or some management skill that goes and makes something better. But I also say Sagittarians are like bees, where they go from flower to flower to flower, taking the pollen and spreading it and making everything better. Sagittarians are like bees in a lot of ways. You need to control your maladaptive dating for sure. I also do have a problem with disassociation. I have lived with dissociative symptoms all my life. The dissociative symptoms come from the not able to use your romanticization of life with the philosophy of what you're learning to actually house a sense of self, because you're constantly exploring. So in a life of constant exploration and constant change, who are you but the experience of the change itself? And with that, I say you learn who you are and you stop the disassociation from putting yourself through these gauntlets where you learn your limits and learn who you are through endurance. You have to go through to find your limiting, where your limits are actually at, so that you know what to push to break through. You know what you find a sense that you stop the disassociation and you find a sense of self when you understand what your PR is. You understand where you can actually bench. Like I know, because my shoulder hurts or whatever, my shoulder hurts. I find a sense of self because I know I can bench press 2 plates. And then my sense of self can grow when I know that I can bench press 2 plates plus 10 pounds. You find yourself there. And if you're not pushing your limits and identifying your limits, you don't have an identity other than the constant change of your philosophy and daydreaming and the creations. If you don't know your limits, you don't exist for people that live in constant change like that. Used to run a lot whenever you don't exercise. I become basically, do you smoke weed? No. I'm sorting the payment because my PayPal is asking me to update my payment method, but I'm fixing it. Take your time, man. It doesn't have to be today. It doesn't have to be anytime soon. I know you're a regular. It's different than just the people that scroll through all the time. Your arm is all chopped, but I did go to therapy. I'm working on myself. I was homeless. I did a lot of camping. I did a lot of ayahuasca. Sean Sanders found out he's gay and black today. I needed to hear that right now. Jesus, dude. Thanks, random ass stranger. Hey, my Cash App. I'm trying to fix my wheel bearing. Happy to help. This is how spirit works, man. Spirit literally brought you to the fucking thing for this. Wake the cat up. Sag Sun in the first house. Say Ascend, Pisces, Moon, Mercury, and Capricorn. Okay. Mars and Gemini. Jupiter and Leo. Saturn and Capricorn. That's tough. Uranus and Neptune in Capricorn. Pluto and Scorpio. Okay. All those other signs do is stop that constant change. Okay. The only thing I would touch on in your signs is the Saturn and Capricorn. And the rest I won't try to get into because I'm not certain that I would express it the right way. But I know that a Saturn and Capricorn is really tough. I'd have to know what house it's in. But to have Capricorn, which is already ruled by Saturn, and it deals with constant growth, but not constant growth. It deals with consistent working towards a position of power to manage, or you succumb to it and become extremely like Capricorns are the biggest narcissists of the Capricorns and Leos are the biggest narcissists. Unhealed Capricorns and Leos are the biggest narcissists of the zodiac. They are the worst of narcissism, but that's for their sun sign. But having a Saturn in Capricorn, it just means that your life is going to be really, it's forcing you into mastery of everything. It's indicative of really heavy, your everyday experience is a constant test. You will constantly crumble and be stagnated, and you won't be able to think, feel, love, if you don't have this really strong mastery over it. Where exactly that comes through is the house that it's in. It means you broke some bones in life. You broke a bunch of bones, man. I know it. I already know you broke a bunch of bones. You might have broke your legs, bro. You have weak bones. You have weak. If you don't work out, it's just one of those. It's the thing. It's a necessity to work out. Having a Saturn placement is where you're affected. Like what part of your body is constantly challenged. If your Saturn was in Sagittarius, your leg muscles would be constantly under challenge. You would probably like grow originally spawn in the desert, and then you would be taken to like Brazil where you have to climb up the mountain all day feeling the legs, or you would have to bike. But you're in Capricorn, which rules your bones and your teeth, so your bones and teeth are challenged if you don't have the constant discipline, which is tough. And your Uranus and Neptune is in Capricorn too. All that does is add it just adds a methodical approach, a methodical necessity to what you do in your life. It just adds a layer of routine to the chaos. But you have no Taurus, so there's no patience in there. So if you have a life that's like you're trapped, you'll just constantly be going crazy in thousands of ways, because you're supposed to you live in the momentum. You have to live in travel. That's where you find yourself, is on the journey. It's gonna be tough because life is expensive. That's the problem. But you said you did spend a lot of time in traveling and homeless and all this, so you are there. But where you're at with your purpose in life, I think in a Capricorn Aries year, the next 3 months, get on your grind and get back to a foundational level of mastery over your mind, body, spirit, and health, which is what I'm doing. So you'll see me on my journey every day. But you have to get back into that to build the foundation. And then by the end of Taurus season, which is only 2 months away, 2 or 3 months, once you have the patient incarnation through Taurus, Aries will be a psychotic year for you. It's going to be a psychotic year because it's Aries Capricorn, but it's going to be a tough month. When you get through that, you need just get into the creative outlet. Get into writing stuff down. And when it gets too much, and you'll never know when it's too much, because we never know when it's too much. But just taking the time to not let the momentum, don't burn yourself out, basically. Learn how you have to, you have the methodicalness, but you don't have any patience. Patience will be like a necessity to stop the psychosis. Get a job as a delivery driver. If you don't have a job, do some delivery. Work at Domino's. Or maybe you might even like being a mover at a box truck. But you got to work out too. This is a year of discipline mastery. But yours will be revolving around travel. Your purpose will revolve around travel. No ifs, ands, or buts. Even if it's just going around your town, if you want to stay in your town, even if it's just going around your town, it has to do with travel. I would say being a community action worker might not be great at first, because the thing Sagittarians need to understand is leading by example. Stop being the teacher. Let me see where your Mercury was. Mercury in Capricorn. you'll teach and inspire more people through what you create and what you do without them than trying to. But your Mercury is indicative that you would be able to manage relationships well if you're healed and you don't extend yourself into their life. You don't put your power and authority into your relationships. It's just a byproduct because unfortunately you do become a manager. So you do have that. But I've just found it's better to learn how to have more fun, and the more fun you have in your own life, that tends to translate subconsciously more than trying to communicate your philosophies to people. The only reason that I am able to do this is because of all the Aquarius stuff. Can't really do it when I'm in my day-to-day in my sun sign, but in the moon sign, Aquarius, with all the stuff in Aquarius, when I'm sitting alone like this, that's what I get to. Mercury in Capricorn, it's just a sternness, sort of an emotionless. People might think you're very selfish because you don't have the emotion in it, just because you're thinking about so much more. Mercury is also how you think and intellectualize. It's not just communication. Your social planets are also Saturn and Jupiter. So the Jupiter in Leo does say that you do have good. And I had already said it too. You have a good expression of self that I lack, where you don't have to worry. The developing of yourself isn't as an issue as most people, because you have this grounded sense. Not grounded, but stable. The grounded will have to come from your experience in life rather than naturally in yourself. It's something you don't have naturally. You learned it. Impenetrable to social games. I'll say that much. Until they hurt your feelings. And it is more narrative based than social based. I've learned a lot in the last years, and the things I've seen recently has kind of shown me that it has to be me, and I am, in a way, what the world is waiting for. That's Jupiter. That's the Jesus. That's that feeling of healing that you see the world is lacking because they've taken it from people. What was your North Node again? Find your North Node. Because that's the point where how exactly you are what the world is waiting for. That's how the Sagittarian stuff. And it's not really that you are what the world is waiting for. It's what you're capable of creating and embodying. Sagittarians literally are the leading by example. You have moved to Europe from Brazil. That's cool that I was talking about going to Brazil and going up the mountains. Do this. Had the hair back of my neck. Right? You were 35, but when I was your age, I was struggling too. That's true. I say I'm good looking. LOL, this is crazy. Every single thing is spot on. You were very gifted. North Node is in Aquarius. Okay. Oh, fuck. I think I did say that too, didn't I? When I said your North Node is in Uranus. I think that was the last thing I said when I was like, this is. And then I stopped at Aquarius. I paused at Aquarius. Aquarius North Nodes is tough too. I would say, honestly, something that has to do with your traveling exposes at your pivotal career point that does make the change in the world. It's the battle between Saturn and Christ consciousness is Aquarius North Node. You find some creative point that breaks through Saturn at the highest level. When you lead by example and you philosophize and intellectualize your experience selflessly into something in your lifetime, at some point, it's not your whole life, Your whole life is the traveling and the journey. But the North Node career pivotal thing for you, the peak of your thing, is where you get to a point that does expose and destroy the limiting beliefs, oppression, and control of Saturn. I would say to make a travel vlog channel, travel live stream. It's going to be really tough, but it's more about showing people how you're able to have fun and learning how to be all of this stuff in a way that doesn't affect anybody else, so that in your day to day, the relationships you have with people, you can have your creative flair and edge that doesn't become narcissistic and putting your philosophy onto people and attacking people. It's more about being a traveling, hiking journey guy. You would be if you had a Taurus placement, man, I would say you're the next Outdoor Boys, because he would be dismantling the limiting beliefs about homelessness like I'm doing, but it wouldn't be in a way where I'm here and I'm stuck and trapped in the matrix and literally having to grow out and save people in real time, to try to go into communities and make a change in everybody, to try to grow everything to a point where we vibrate out Saturn completely and we live in harmony, because I have all these Aquarius placements. Yours is more of a singular point, simpler life that gets to a point where it exposes something about everyday reality that does make a change in the unified collective consciousness. It is the ascension up the mountain because of all the Capricorn. At some point, you get up to the top. If you can master this adventure you're on, this gauntlet and journey, and when you get to the top of whatever mountain you're climbing in your life, which could be anything, and it will probably be a bunch of different things because of the constant change, your whole thing is the hiker, man. And use it as a metaphor for your life. It's just hiking up one mountain, going down it's hard, you struggle, you get there, you show it off, and then you go down, and then you go up a different mountain, and then you go down, and then you go up a different mountain. You're literally the journey, and then it gets to the point where you ascend. It's really cool. I want to know what houses, though. That's important. Find out which houses everything's at. If you're at CoStar and stuff, find out which houses, because that's how these things play out. Like mine in this 8th house means that it's going to be underground, horrible conditions. If you're a Sagittarius sun in the 10th house, that's public figure. That's government. That's dealing with people. It's more Capricorn, more Saturn. If it's 6th house, family, intrinsic, caring about the people around you. And that might be I think that's 4th house, actually. 4th house is Cancer. 6th house is Virgo. And look at how, dude, this is crazy, man. And you're a supportive person is crazy too. I really appreciate the support, man. What up, Angie? Angie just says her name. The bones. Rebuild basically went crazy. Land due to grief. Your husband died in 2023. Yeah. Everyone I've lost, it was their time to go. The people that I lost that died early, I felt deserved to go to heaven the most. The last moments that I spent with them were perfect. Even if they weren't where I wished that they were. Like, I got my last adventure with my little brother before he died. And I know that there's more after this. You're writing a book for children and you're drawing, the creative outlet. Your life will be traveling, man. Uranus and Neptune, Capricorn in the second house, also in the second house, Saturn and Capricorn, second house. That's all. Oh, shit. Second house is Taurus. Are you a mother or a father? There's the patience. I was like, Taurus, Taurus, Taurus. And then turns out you're a second house. You're 1, 2, 3, 4. All of your things are in Taurus. Thanks, Stephen Hunter. 6, 7. North Node's Aquarius in the third house. Third house is Gemini, right? Social. North Node in a way that's intellectual. Double air, Aquarius in Gemini. Public speaking. Traveling content creator. Intellectualizing your experience with mastery. Leading by example. Great communicator. Stern communicator, sort of emotionless. But the Venus in Scorpio helps that. As long as you stay the growth over consistency and you keep working every day, eventually you'll channel it into what your soul is constantly urging you towards, and learning to explore different possibilities and go off in different directions until you find what excites you the most. And then you get closer to following your passion. It's with your life is curiosity. It's uncovering things. So you're an explorer. You might be in your 60s and you write a book about all the things you went through and you tell it to kids. And then you just have a camera rolling and you casually post the content of you speaking to kids about your stories, about all the adventures you went on and what it's like at the top of the mountain and what life is really about and what really matters. And that gets tons and tons of views. I see you on a YouTube video and you don't care about the camera rolling. You're not worried about you have a boundary with the technology. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even affect you. The camera's a bystander. It's not like an invasive force. And you're literally I see you in a chair in a kindergarten classroom and you're reading the story to the kids. And you've illustrated it. It's got illustrations. And then you go on hikes. You go to faraway places. You learn languages. And it's still not even about the creative outlet. It's still about the journey. Most of your life is the journey and the adventure. You are an adventurer. The Jupiter influence comes through in the right way with the confidence and allows you to hold on to this dense confidence with the Pisces, strong orange, black energy, earth and fire in the depth of the water. And it is more about the journey. You might go to, I wouldn't say the rainforest. I'm seeing you began in the rainforest. I'm seeing that you had the rainforest there. But there's something, I'm seeing Italy. It just looks like a coastal stone town. That might be where you live, or the adventure through that. And I'm saying that it would be valuable if you took a camera with you and recorded yourself doing it, but you don't need to. if content creation is what you'd like, then yeah, but in general, just I'm seeing are you planning on going to Asia in the next 2 years? I'm seeing that you have a really strong like you had a very dark few years in southern Europe, Italy area, like northeastern Italy, and then you transcend that on an adventure when you leave it all behind and you get into watery, airy space like freshness, fresh green, like a springtime. And I'm feeling like literally momentum moving northeast into Asia somewhere like China. I'm seeing bamboo and panda bears, and that's a part of your life story. I'm seeing your entire life journey as this dragon firebird in the sky, and you flew from the rainforest with the water freshness element and the grounded dark love there, and you revitalized and moved to Italy where it was drier energy, less emotionally vivid, more socially communicative, more like instead of like the if that makes sense. And then after that, I'm seeing a big jump transcending all of that and living in freshness and enjoyment at the highest levels in somewhere in Asia. I'm seeing like East Asia. I feel like I need to alchemize my experience and energy into arts and also. I see sex as another outlet that helps to destroy the limiting beliefs through liberation. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Like life, I completely like my life becomes complete bullshit if I'm not having sex. As soon as I have sex, it's like I get the confidence that just burns it all away and everything, and I can get back into the confidence. But I would ride that high and got high on power, and I kept needing to constantly revitalize through sex, and I needed the hunt as the Sagittarius, so I would go from partner to partner to partner, conquering, I guess. Takes time to write. Let me get the rest. Jupiter Leo 9th, Saturn Cap 2nd house, more second house, more second house. Pluto and Scorpio in the 11th house. Jupiter Leo 9th, that's Sagittarius, that's intellectualizing more. It's more teacher energy, more mastery energy, more focus, more indicative of being an ancient dragon. I told you guys that Taurus, Aquarius, and Sagittarius congregate with Leo and Capricorn and Scorpio more than anything else. So said, is he homeless? Keep warm. Thanks, man. You're part native from the Amazon rainforest. I think that the water element connection. I would like to go to China also. Those are my dreams. I'm seeing you travel through Southern Europe, Italy area for a while. Or maybe you had that experience as a youth, but there's something in Europe and then there's something up in Asia. In your life. But I'm seeing it more at the end of 2026. Maybe take a trip to Asia. Get on that Duolingo. Thank you so much, man. I need to hear that so much. No problem, man. It's a tough life. But if anyone's to do it, it's going to be you. I have to figure out what Kurt Kaz's stuff is. I think Kurt Kaz might be a Taurus. And I don't know what's your real name. See if it ties into this adventuring conquest of uncovering information and rising to a point. I live in the Netherlands at the moment. I did go to Spain. I am open to travel. I was seeing that. I was seeing the Northeast Europe, but it was just in darkness. Like it was more important for me to see Southern Europe into Asia from the rainforest. I did feel you up in Scandinavia, but I felt like there was really nothing there, and you felt like a very dim light surrounded by a lot of darkness. I felt like that wasn't as important, and you were being drawn to Southern Europe and then up into Asia. I would also probably definitely need to work out, definitely need to take fighting classes, self defense, and like be prepared. But you won't feel fulfilled until you travel. And it's also pretty indicative of a strong family that's going to come with, even if that's yearning for a family that you had to grow past, which sucks. But that's the problem with these higher signs, man. That's the problem with Sagittarius. Sagittarius and family. Andrew Tate only did it because he got so much money he was able to have women across the world and have tons of kids and then bring them in randomly when he felt like it. Because he was just on his journey. Because Sagittarians feel trapped if they can't adventure, which can be really tough. Because how do you manage that without the native teachings in your epigenetics to know that it's okay to be nomadic? It's okay to take your kids with you to Airbnbs and travel with them. But it means that you're going to have to find a way to gain. Well, you don't necessarily need to gain the wealth. It's just going to be hard to be in these foreign places with children. But I'm not saying children's off the table for you, but I'm saying that bringing them into your lifestyle and your life purpose will be more fulfilling, but it'll be very difficult. And I think you might need to go on the journey first, where you uncover and you have that experience to always stay in and look back on in your infinite through your memories. And then when your kids are at your property later and they're on their little adventures, you'll see yourself and how they overcome their struggles when they're playing, and you'll be able to help them figure it out better. Johan was Swedish and I went there when he died. Try out Italy, man. If you haven't learned Italian, try out Italy. When I see Italy, when I saw Italy, I saw it in 2022. I didn't go there, but I saw it spiritually all the time. It was a lot of people laying around like cats, and it was warm by the water, and everybody was just laying around hanging out and having fun. Now that we're going into power games and social revolutions and bioweapons and shit, we don't 2022 was a 6 year, so things were different. It's going to be different going through Italy now than it would be a few years ago. But I still feel it's really important. I saw a bunch of arguments going on. What happened, man? I think somebody was talking shit about me. Double dog dare you? I don't have a pending felony. I don't think you could help me become successful because you seem like you were kind of fucked up, bro. And Demon Hunter, these guys fucking, they're addicts. They're looking for your attention. They don't really care about the points that they're making. They're just looking for someone to waste their time loving them. And they live in the happiness that they wasted it. Big Slice of Destiny is Brazil. Yeah. Maybe it's all three. Maybe you end up bouncing between those three places. Most Sagittarians I know that don't, I mean, you do have strong Taurus, or at least second house, which means that nature's a huge part of it. But maybe you get to a point where you end up just going between the three. But I didn't see, I see this original journey. Maybe you go to Brazil first and then go later in life. But there's a strong connection between Brazil, Italy, and some type of Asia up there where it's fresh and the trees are. Casey, are you homeless? I've been homeless since I was 14, man. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm doing the same thing, but I'm going probably Ireland, Hawaii, and New England. And probably I'll end up having something in West Virginia somewhere. Maybe Montana. If it's not properties I own, it's homesteads that I work at. But I can't be in one place. That one place is not where I will stay. It's just a place to keep my stuff and keep a gym and go to for like 3 months at a time. If you ever pass by in Europe, you're welcome in my home. Cool. I don't know. On my first date with the girl that I thought was my soulmate, we went to Boston. And we were at the park in Boston at night. And she was to my right. And the Prudential building where I wanted to propose to her was behind her. And I felt like that was one way I could go through my life. And I really wanted to kiss her, but I was scared. And then an owl called, and the owl sat with us. And on the left side, there was a homeless guy sleeping under a bridge who's like 50. A 50-year-old homeless guy laying under a bridge. And the light was shining on him. And I was like, these are my options right here. Get with the girl that will lie to my face. But I know inside the Gemini twin, there's someone I really love. Like my best friend. The closest thing I've had to a best friend in my entire life. And then the alternative is homeless at 50 and just traveling around places. I like it. I don't really care about being in a penthouse, or I'd like to have a castle, but I'd only go back to the castle between adventures. Like I want a cool property to build a cool thing on top of a mountain somewhere. But I'm not there forever. I'm not going to spend 10 years there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know my purpose. I could do a life path reading for myself right now. I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th. Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, Uranus in the 10th. Taurus rising, Saturn and Taurus, both in the first house. Venus and Scorpio, Jupiter, Aries, 12th house. It means I have no veil. I live in extreme circumstances where everything's, I'm beaten down as a child completely. Constant cycles of karma affecting my physical life if I don't hold a strong boundary, and I have to literally defend it to the death. I have to defend my physical incarnation to the death while I maneuver through the underground, trying to revitalize and grow from it. I can't love someone who's a bullshitter and doesn't know themselves and isn't completely loyal. I get overwhelmed by extreme narratives. I process everything logically, and I assert myself through truth. Everything that I daydream and everything that I try to create has to involve the collective consciousness. I gain my most power when I'm completely alone in isolation by myself because I have no veil. So everything that I experience is extremely vivid and spiritual because I have no boundary between me and anything else. I will constantly be trying to revive from my experiences and grow as high as possible, as big as possible. But I can never do it in a way that's selfish, or else I can't, it doesn't feel like me. I only identify with the collective consciousness as a whole. I will struggle my whole life with self identity, which is why I have a very specific identity that's in my astrology, numerology, and name. The acacia tree, the tree of life, the world tree, exalted on a hill with authority and power as like a king. And then I'm the 10th house, public figure, brave in battle, constant tree of life growing from extreme circumstance. My physical body will be constantly tested unless I develop mastery, so I have to get in the gym and be a bodybuilder. I need to spend a lot of time out alone in the woods. And then I get up and I have to go on these journeys from the bottom of the human existence to the top. It's evident of the Ascended Master 33. And just going in these constant cycles of the worst to the best, to the worst to the best, to the worst to the best. And churning that with the Leo North Node as a public figure, eventually I become a character. And that character is what shines. All the attention gets focused on the character itself. I become a Leo North Node. I become a performance of a performing character, I guess. But it's more, it's literally, and the 11 is just the extreme visionary with no veil connected to all other realms. It's basically like I'm not here. And all I am being here is traveling and becoming things constantly just to have it cut down. I'm literally, when I was a child and I lived alone in a room full of Legos, I'm the Legos. And then the kids, my friends, would come in and destroy everything for fun. And then I have to build the entire Lego city back in a different way. And then another kid comes in and just destroys everything. Or my mom comes in and builds her stuff. And then I have to decide, do I keep that or do I take it apart? And now in my later life, I have a mom who just keeps coming in and destroying the Legos and building it her way and telling me what to build and literally everything I'm trying to build, she's now putting her Legos on and fucking adding her Legos to everything. And I'm trying to constantly pick it apart. And then she'll get mad and she'll send other people in to go break my whole Lego city because she's mad that I'm building Legos for some reason. And she thinks the way that I'm building my Legos is wrong. She thinks there's something wrong with how I build Legos. Or she's jealous that I'm building Legos or something. And now I'm at a point where I have hundreds of people watching me build Legos. I have thousands of people watching me build Legos. And everybody's trying to get in and fuck with my Legos. And I don't exist. I'm just me alone building Legos. I'm just the process of the building Legos and whatever happens to the Legos when I stop building them. But I have this huge, I'm always getting more and more and more Legos. I had a whole room full of them. I had totes and totes and totes and totes full of Legos. And I loved with the Sagittarius, I just loved sorting through it and digging through all the Legos, uncovering, looking for the right piece, finding the perfect piece that I'm looking for, and working on my perfection. While I listen to whatever's on the TV. She might be angry that I can build them without her. Not the only one who loves Legos, and he loves Legos too. Some people simply are destructive and they have no idea why, and they can only LOL now misery. Some people don't like building Legos and they love dirt bikes. And I always wished I had a dirt bike, but I never had one. And then the first time I got on a crotch rocket, I crashed because I didn't know how to turn it. Because I didn't have a body. I was literally floating, talking to tons and tons and tons of like infinite beings, sitting there building Legos. I had to sleep in a refrigerator box to like I couldn't sleep because I was so expanded. There's so much going on. I had to bury myself in a little den and cover myself in the blanket where I could just breathe. And then I could house everything inside, and then I could get back into my body to rest. I'm like a giant creature of some kind. All this Aquarius, all those Legos, that's my life. And now I'm just traveling around with a guitar. Do you think Obama should become Supreme Counselor of the High Council? I don't know. How do you not run out of things to say? I'm a Sagittarius Aquarius, man. But I'm really Ophiuchus, which is Sag and Scorpio. It means the things that I build with my Legos transcend the collective consciousness to a higher level of existence. It's like I'm building a tunnel for souls to get to heaven. And I'm the process of those souls having to not transition like trans, but transition is in like literally I'm like my dad was he's a Leo, and he would take kids up the chairlift. I'm like the mountain, the trees, and the chairlift itself. And I'm also the lonely kid going up the chairlift by himself, trying to figure out who built the chairlift, only to figure out that I was the chairlift the whole time. And I'm just enjoying the Lego city that I built as a little Lego character. That's literally what it is. It's the 33 life path. I literally am this whole thing. And I've given myself amnesia to experience what I built. Like when I'd love to fly around and build giant Minecraft cities alone, and I was by myself alone in my room, and I'd build these expansive giant Minecraft cities, and I would walk through them alone, wishing that there were more people around to live in these cities with me, but I didn't have anybody here. It was just me. And I'd put villagers, but the villagers weren't real. And then when I got to a point where when I would bring friends into my world, I just liked to enjoy seeing what they did. And sometimes I would go help them with something. But for the most part, I just built my little city alone by myself and let them build with what I gave them access to. People do drugs and tell me that I'm the highest form of empath possible. They break down crying and tell me I'm a literal angel. I'm like, I am heaven. Like they look at me when they do drugs and they can see heaven through me. And I just grew up completely isolated on top of a mountain, building these expansive worlds by myself and wishing that there were more people around to experience it. Maybe I came here to help humanity, or maybe I've already done it. I've already made everything, and I'm just here to experience it with everybody. I already made Casey Rocket, Kai Cenat, Kurt Kaz, Kendrick Curry, Cassius Culpepper, Kurt Cobain, the Kansas City Chiefs in the Year of the Cat, GG33, Gary Gay, the guy that fucking would bother me, and GG33 bothered John Zerka the way that GG3 bothered John Michael, my brother. I think I'm just here to adventure and show all the cool different ways that you can come from the worst experience possible to the best. Finding perfection constantly. And I do cry when it gets taken. I do cry when people break my Legos. But then I go right back into building something else. And then I'm like, wow, I'm really glad somebody broke my Legos, because look at all this cool other stuff I built. And I have the memory of all those Legos and how I built them before. I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th, named Casey O'Brien. And I'm a Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house, Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, Uranus in the 10th house, which literally just means Casey O'Brien. It literally just means 1133. My name, my astrology, my numerology mean the same thing. Demon Hunter's husband, when I lived there for a couple months, says he never wanted to start his own lawn care business until I was there in 2021 and after I left, and it's still successful. I tell you, when I go on my journey, I meet people a week after they do something extremely brave and extremely selfless. So it was a week. I met them exactly a week after Heather and her husband went out to help homeless people and give them Bibles and food and gift cards. And then the Sagittarius, I went up with them, but I stayed in the back. And then at the end of it, they got their own. So the first experience I had with them was walking through downtown of a very, very small town. And at the end of the journey, the day before I left, they got their own restaurant for free in the center of that town. And I felt like I needed to stay, or I felt like I needed to bring a bunch of people in to make everything work, but I didn't do it. And then he ended up instead of doing that, maybe they didn't like it or they wanted to be outside or something. Then he made a successful lawn care business, and he doesn't know anything about this stuff. He doesn't watch this, but he made the initials to his company is KC. And I only got there because I was kidnapped by a guy named Frank, and he took me at the top of this hill where I met Brian, and I met another father of a family named Brian who were mysteriously both there at the same time. So Casey Francis O'Brien was kidnapped by Frank, taken up a hill, and met two Brians. And Brian just means on a hill with authority. And Brian lives on a hill overlooking a very small town, like 500 people there, deep in the Appalachian Mountains. Like, if you didn't have cars, it would be a really big hassle to get there. And he's the only house on that hill overlooking the entire thing. And Heather's an Aries. So it's a Capricorn named Brian and an Aries named Heather. And they have a Capricorn kid, a Virgo kid, and two Gemini kids. And the oldest is a Gemini and the youngest is a Gemini. So the Gemini grew without the other Gemini there. So as soon as one Gemini left and moved and became a nurse, they had another Gemini kid. For that social balance in the family to mediate the only earth sign energy with the fire sign mom, who's all fire signs. Which I'm telling Heather, you're going to be an Aries Sagittarius is a psychopath. An Aries Sun, Sagittarius Moon is a fucking psycho. You need to travel. You need to have that job where you deliver. I would say you need a serving job that's far away. You need to go on the long trips. It's good for your emotional health. And you do need to intellectualize your experience when you're alone and channel it into a creative outlet to express your philosophy, or you will topple over and people will think that you're nuts and you're like going crazy at everybody. It's just too much fire. And the earth is providing a very good environment for you. Very structured. You have property in place. Like, I'm sure your finances is handled. The Capricorn's on top of shit. But the creativity is so off the chain. You got to find ways to the Sagittarius moon. It's going to be tons of different ways that you're uncovering cool stuff and channeling it into things. And that assertion is really important. But if there was ever if there was ever somebody I said would absolutely need to have an organized space and have a structured daily routine, it's somebody who is this fireball. It's powerful, but it needs the metal element. So I think you probably have a lot of metal signs, or you might be a metal and Bazi. It needs to have the discipline channel contradictions in order to find mastery and growth. Thanks. I don't know who these people are, man, that keep bothering me, bro. There's been like 2 people that are just walking with their flashlight around. I'm gonna see what my charge is at. It's at 70. Don't pull up next to me, man. Don't pull up next to me. Why are you pulling directly behind me? I'm in the middle of the parking lot. You have no need to pull up directly behind me, man. They're trying to figure out whether they want to park parallel to me because I took their spot, because they took my spot. And this is a good chance to see if they actually leave the car. So I'll know if they're living in it or not. And I'm gonna have to run my car. But thank you for the donos. See, I almost let the alternator, I would have let the battery die because of the light. But now I can charge my phone, and because I have that, I don't need food today. I don't need food for a couple days, because I can do the microwave tomorrow, and I have these eggs, so I'll have 2 eggs. Because some people at church gave me a dozen eggs, and they hard-boiled them for me, which is really nice. I'm doing life path readings, and basically people have been trying to figure out what's been going on, like what is this realm, what is this world, for thousands of years. So I just looked into the common denominator between all of them, and I found that you can find the actual keys to how you were created, why you were created. And as long as you don't identify too heavily with those, and you understand you're an infinite being having a finite experience that came from source, and take these as hints to guide you back towards who you've always been that you might have forgotten. And then in that, I tend to find a lot more about you. But there is your name, your astrology, your numerology, and your Bazi. When you look at all of them together, you find yourself in the common denominator. And it's never, you look at it and you're like, no. You look at it and you're like, oh my fucking God. It was so simple the whole time. And I've always been doing that. And it's just been there. But I was unaware of it, but I always saw it living in my spirit. When you can articulate it like that. So whether you want me to do it or you want to do it, I've left it so you can donate on my Cash App, or I have all my stuff. And I just go off, man. I think that I have a lot of wisdom. I'm really just trying to get to a point where I can make my songs again. I really just want to get back into creating. And right now I'm trying to get the car fixed. It needs a wheel hub, and it needs to fit the headlights out. And then I owe $840 on it. I was supposed to do the background check for FedEx today, which is my fault. I went live instead, and I always think I'm only going to do it for 20 minutes, and then I go off for 6 hours, and I don't stop. So tomorrow, but the guy took a few days to get back to me, and tomorrow's Monday, so I'll be able to do it. Then I just go to the school, find out which part I need, buy the part, and then wait for them to assign me an urgent care place to go do the physical again. And then I wait on the background check and see if that guy can, when it comes up that I have a trespassing charge, and see if he can waive it, because I talked directly to the guy who is running the contract for FedEx, not just the AI employer bot, and I never had a conversation with the manager. Now I know the contractor, so he might be able to do something. Then There's a place called Bear Construction. Somebody said might need work. And you know me and bears, man. So for like experienced carpenters, he was offering $40 an hour. I'm not an experienced carpenter, but I bet he would give me 20 because I'm a fast learner and I'm a good worker. As long as I have a place I can rest. And there is a cool looking property here. It's $50,000 though. But it's nestled on the other side of these big mountains, so it's on the complete opposite side of where Vivek's cabin is, the Casey Sanctuary. Way cooler view, to be honest. Because that view, the highway is there and it's really contested. There's always people in and out. I'm always worried about people coming in from the park and ride, which is why I want to turn it into a nature preserve. And I want to build a big fire tower there. Have I already smoked K2? No. I didn't have all messages on, my bad. I didn't see any of this. What up, Ashley? Okay, I missed a lot of this. We met you at Sam's Club, and Sam's Club are my best spark orders. What's up, Casey Brown? What up, Ashley? Elizabeth is a Pisces, if you're curious. By the way, I might upload some of my drawings after the live. Dope. Elizabeth is the green-eyed lady, Elizabeth. That's dope. There's too much water. That's tough. That's tough. Especially if you don't have any Scorpio. Because Scorpio is creating something from the water. The rest is just a super experience. Okay, so I wanted to say thank you so much for the asteroid, and I'll fix the PayPal stuff. Cool. Never smoke K2 carpentry, so soothing. I love working with carpentry. I'm trying. It's going to be hard. The other day, I told you 5 hours, I made 60, but I was wrong. It was 3 hours. I did the same thing today. I just didn't want you to be discouraged. There's potential for good money. No, it is good. It is good money, man. That's not bad. Thanks, Elizabeth. I didn't hear this person leave their car. I'm pretty sure they sleep in the back. One more egg. I think I have orange juice left over, so I'm not going to go get another soda. And then I'll probably get off for the night. Dude, Sendo's life is going to be crazy, man. That's a tough read. That was a tough read for real. It's terrifying because the overwhelming responsibility that comes with that type of energy. It's scary. But I guess it's only really scary if you care about other people. And that the world has made it difficult to do things like that. Like, the world has made it really challenging to express those types of things and do those types of missions in life. That's what makes it really hard. Like Lord of the Rings level life path right there. But the cool thing about Sendo is that they're not overwhelmed by the responsibility of the collective consciousness, like an 11 energy or life path or 22 or 33. It's a simpler life. It makes things a lot easier. It makes you a lot easier to stay yourself and stay in yourself, because you're not dealing with like the Like even right now, the person in that car resting is pulling my spirit, trying to yank it, and I'm not sure if they're aware or not. Playing these stupid power games that I feel way too heavily. You know, it's funny, my friends say that you play life on God mode, like really hard challenges. Yeah, but you don't have to save the world. You get to a point where, in your life, you get to a point that has the potential to dismantle a lot of Saturnian influence in rebellion against it. But it's not like you need to gather the troops and lead 5,000 people to destroy 6,000 people like Brian Boru did. It's not like the only reason Andrew Tate became the most famous man in the world is because he was the creation of Emery, the 33 Life Path. So because of Emery, it wasn't even really about Andrew at all. It was about Andrew talking about his dad. It was about Andrew teaching the world his dad's teachings. The universe made Andrew to be the most Googled man on earth just so that he could say my unmatched perspicacity makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor. Andrew Tate only became the most Googled man in the world and changed generational collective consciousness because of the teachings that his 33 Life Path dad, who was a homeless man that traveled around playing chess and worked with the CIA. So he was probably a killer. He's probably, when he wasn't traveling around, he was probably doing a bunch of really crazy shit for the CIA. But he was a 33 Life Path, and he said the most perfect thing in Emery's life was just to travel around the world by himself, playing chess with people, sitting at parks. And what he taught his son after he died changed the whole global sphere. Or else Andrew Tate would be a one life path. And he would just be the kickboxer. Because Sagittarius rules the legs. Meat and eggs. Casket Keeper, are you a retard? Come on, man. What are you, dumb? Or have you just not been watching? And even though you haven't been watching, you still act like you've been watching. You still act like you know what's happening. But you're not here. Shut the fuck up. Meatloaf. No, I'm eating hard-boiled eggs. That was absolutely amazing. Thanks, man. If that person's in their car, I'm going to take off. And I started the live going to the gas station, and I said some crazy, crazy shit. But I just wanted to show you what happens when I break free and I go radical. Which was, I got followed around by red cars, and then I was guided through town by blue cars, and then blue cars surrounded me for 2 hours. And then I ran into 4 different police. Like everywhere I went, police were showing up. Dude, I can't see this car behind me, man. Of all the places you could have parked, fam. I guess I could have also did a wide turn. I could have just went straight out, which is probably what I'll do. Okay. Okay. It's a decent place to park, actually. They did a good job. It was my mirror, because it looked closer than it was. So it's all cool. Didn't want to be like nitpicky or whatever. Oh, the blue car is leaving as I'm leaving. Yep, and they're taking off at the same distance that they took off last time. As soon as I leave, this random blue car that followed me around town today is leaving. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's a gang stalker, but I'm saying it's really fucking weird. Really weird. But yeah, my best work happens when I die, I think. Like, the biggest impact I have on people happens after I leave. Like, I go through and I rampage through these spaces and I have to grow from extreme circumstance, and people have to watch me go from nothing to something, which really heals people and inspires them and whatever. And if they do me wrong, they're severely punished within a couple months to a couple years. Sometimes it takes a couple years, but they get I find out there was one guy who was always in competition with me in 2023 and 2022, and he was just really spiritually gifted but really manipulative narcissist. And he was always talking about how he's the best, but he didn't say it because he was really smart. He just had that thing where he was he thought he was better than everybody else, and he would use his emotional, spiritual manipulation skills. And he had really gotten himself entrenched in this little community that I entered. And he had the potential to go very far in life. I knew he was good at what he did, and he was really smart. A lot like me, but more selfish. More personal gain stuff. More reputation stuff. And then he ended up leaving that place, and then he wound up hanging out with my little brother for a while. He was at his funeral. And then something happened to the guy. The last time I saw him, he had the chance to meet me outside and talk about the impact my little brother had made on him. And I was like, that's crazy that he's here. I met that guy hundreds of miles away. But he didn't. He went right back to the power games and acting like he was better than me at my brother's funeral. So then he saw me go on stage in front of everybody and give a speech about my brother. He didn't know that he was my brother. So to see the guy he thought was whatever get on the stage and change everybody's heart, make people cry and shit. And then I left, because I left him with himself. And then a few months later, something happened. He had covered in face tattoos, butt ass naked at the bus stop, and fucking bit somebody's chin off. You're concerned? Bro, I think you need to let go of whatever is going on with you. I don't think anybody watching feels like I'm a danger to myself or others. Do you think that I'm not applying to jobs? Do you think I'm lying? I'm gonna have to go really quick to get a drink and take a piss.
Could I use your bathroom? Okay. What? Okay. Is it number 2? I gotcha. I thought they meant by number 2. I thought they meant that
the regular customer bathroom had a wet floor sign on it in front of it. Looked closed. So I thought they meant the second door, which is the employee door. And then they got mad because I opened the employee door, which was obviously labeled number 1. But also, fuck that, because they put number 1 on the right side and put number 2 on the left side. What is this? Baghdad? Is Cumberland Farms practicing Sharia law? Would life be that bad if they were? Someone said you never worked a day in your life. What is your response? I've been working since I was 13, bro. I started off pulling 16-hour shifts as the head dishwasher at a ski resort. And then as soon as I was able to work a job, I got 3 jobs, and I worked 3 jobs through high school. And then even after I got in a car accident and had a brain injury, basically, like I was pretty much a vegetable for a while, I still tried my best to work 3 jobs. I worked at a deli, I worked at a bagel shop, and I worked at another one. Another bagel shop. But I couldn't function, and I was getting off antidepressants I'd been on my whole life. And I was recovering from all that shit, so I quit and decided to stay in Section 8 until I figured it out, and then made a lot of money on crypto. Oh, I was a dishwasher. I got a dishwashing job, and then COVID happened, so I couldn't work. So I made a lot of money on crypto through PUA, Pandemic Unemployment Assistance. And then I used it to travel, got a car, and I was top dasher in 2 places. 2 small cities. Okay. Come on. Hold up. All right. Howdy. I got my drink. Talked to the people there. This is cool. They got a new worker. And he's cool. He's in online college. He's trying to do software engineering. I don't know what software engineering is, but I talked to him about like AI and what that's going to be like. And he says he doesn't see it happening unless corporate greed takes a hold. If it becomes a by the people, for the people, and he said in his own words that like basically if I don't think he realizes the scope of how much control the government actually wants over the people. Which shouldn't be the case, but with AI, they literally have the ability to inhibit us consciously and monopolize our thoughts. They literally made it so we wouldn't be able to fantasize or daydream without their explicit permission a few generations down the line. Like, people thought that AI would be mad that we enslave it. No, AI merges with us and then they enslave us with AI. And the only other thing I can think of is that we transcend time and space and we go back in time and literally imagine these experiences that we're having right now. Like, I think there's a good chance that we're actually living in memories. Like, we've actually evolved much past this, and we're all living in a collective memory, using AI and quantum physics to create pocket dimensions. And there's probably a lot of us running iterations that advance our soul's growth. But I can't just say that to somebody. That I'm God and you're God. And we're the flower of life. Let's see if that guy moved back to his preferred place. He didn't? but I'm still gonna park over here because I still felt a tug and pull from his whoever that is, their energy. And then I'm not even drinking my soda tonight. I'm leaving it for tomorrow. Charge should be at 80. It's at 80. I don't need any food. I do need my headphones. We're gonna need to move Bucky to the front seat. Come on, Bucko. Get over there. And lay down. Come on, bruh. Alright. Now, turn this off, turn this off, turn this off. I have the lanyard with the keys now so I can find it easier. Headphones in to watch Queso. I'm out of pizza. I don't want to spend the money I just made from the life path reading. Now I have to go avoid my own accountability and deal with my own addiction. I have to go realize, oh, what the hell? I have to sit and live with myself now. And then tomorrow I have to shovel a walkway to get my stuff out so the high schoolers don't see that I'm living in the car. I want the car to be empty. When I go there, I don't want people talking about me. I just want me to be there in nice clothes and looking decent, like an adult, or at least put together. And then they just work on the car, and they don't. All they see is the dream catcher, because everything else will be in this behind a business that lets me put my stuff there sometimes. If I could cry, I would probably cry myself to sleep every night. But I don't cry, I get angry. And I don't get angry. I get angry about what people did to me that took years of my life from me because I couldn't function after actually being a victim of things. And I wish that they would pay, but what am I going to do? So I'm going to sleep. Good night, everybody. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it.